protagonist was seen playing video games with litter around his table. He was continuously growing in his game with a marked date on the calendar, the day he was going to be admitted to the hospital 2 years ago. Dr. calmly sat him down to deliver some news. As the words left the doctor's mouth, his face turned pale. RMC had been diagnosed with incurable last-stage brain cancer. He traveled to different hospitals, however, the results were the same each time, and at that moment, he was just surviving on medicines, passing the last 2 years. His condition was getting worse every day, and the moment arrived when he even started spitting blood on his hands. It was his phone which reminded him about the appointment, and it looked like everyone had cut off from him since the moment he had memory loss. There were only letters with fake concerns, and a protagonist was full of them while he was frustrated. A status screen came out of nowhere in front of his face, and he decided to start the game after creating a new character. With the name of Carl for the character creation, he chose the first skill to be mana and swordsmanship, and was equipped with a penalty trait for choosing more than one trait as terminally ill. Those words were not new for him as he was already going through that phase, and that is how he decided to start the game with no changes in the character. Out of nowhere, he was being pulled from his chair like a black hole. Numerous status screens started erupting on his face, increasing its synchronization, which stopped at 71. As he opened his eyes, he was in a completely unfamiliar place with a feeling of déjà vu. With some understanding of the surroundings, he realized that he had become the worst villain character of the game in the form of Nox. Actually, it was a game of family which was associated with a lunatic criminal organization. So it is supposed that whoever bonded into such a family had some exceptional skills. However, on the contrary, the only non-talented guy among them was the protagonist Nox. As per the story, Nox ended up signing contracts with demons to emerge as one of the worst villains in history. The protagonist was confused with his fate, and once again, numerous status screens started interrupting, giving him some basic information about his name, age, and traits. It was all looking like a game with a character having the worst stats in all the areas. There were a bunch of negative traits including illness, weakness, sickness, and possession. His hunger for one more good trait had made him fall into such conditions, and the only reason he might have done it was that he wanted to see how a character like him would really survive. Suddenly, a mail arrived in his mailbox, and an unfamiliar person tried to be friendly with him, calling him by his previous name. That name was given to him by his parents before he could comprehend the real situation. The mysterious voice started praising him for his good work during the past 2 years, and even gave him a welcome back on the status screen. To make things precise, we can say that the protagonist of your reality was going to be in that world, and he was done with no tricks at all. The mysterious voice wanted to help him, and further commanded him to join one of the prestigious academies, the Elden Academy, to reveal the truth eventually. He was filled with various questions in his head. He tried to summarize everything but was sure of one thing, that he was going to die as per the end of the story. Finally, he determined himself to find out his motive in that world by gaining memory and playing the role in the story, too. Everything was familiar and similar to his previous life. As before, he was ill, and he had lived his life with the fear of dying. The date was revealed to be February 4th, 1812, and as per the storyline, it was clear that he had not much time left. The protagonist tried to open the gate and was faced with immense pain on his wrist, which was revealed to be activation of the negative trait. Things were much worse than he had imagined, and in the moment he was comprehending such things. A maid bashed into his body and ended up getting on the floor in a compromising position with plates scattered all around. Even though Nox was in pain, he found that she was Rona, who started pleading fervently on the floor in the main story. She was a character who badmouthed our protagonist in front of others. While at the moment, she was playing the role of an acute maid who had done nothing. The protagonist decided to stay in the role, but ended up giving a death stare in case such an act was repeated. It looked like something was pretty odd as other maids were stunned to see such a character erupting out of an ill-mannered child. Even so, he decided to act normally while telling them abnormally that he was heading into the practice hall. Those words were also not common to be heard by the maids from the mouth of Nox. He took Rona with him to the place, and she quietly followed him. Nox had decided to find a way to survive in order not to die. But one thing was sure, that life would not give him a second chance just at the cost of his determination. He immediately called for the status window, and it was revealed that the game was built on a story of angels versus demons with lots of customization facilities in itself. Long trades could be assigned easily while the geniuses were just for once. It looked like the protagonist had a pretty good understanding of the game as well as the storyline. Even though he had 2 genius traits, he was assigned a penalty trait for the same. His first genius trait allowed an individual to have good hands on the sword, and his second genius trait, mana sensitivity, would allow him to manage spells efficiently. He had other weapons in his arming, including insight and mastery of acting to find solutions to any situation. He had multiple ones in his hands, but his face paled at the moment he saw the worst negative trait in the form of terminally ill. He had cold issues and had fallen unconscious in every chapter of the story. After all those thoughts and comprehension, he decided to keep things simple with one step at a time. Rana was still not able to believe what she was seeing, and out of nowhere, the protagonist entered the training hall, telling him about the curse of weakness, which made him 2 times less resistant to enemy debuffs. The target was going to get rid of it back at the training hall. He knew that he had only one way to survive in the world, and that was he had to keep his stats high. The protagonist was practicing his swordsmanship skills, and with just a few swings he had already lost his complete stamina and ended up falling on the ground completely pale. It was a very difficult negative trait to be removed with such little practice. In the training hall there was a large number of good weapons available for practice. And as the family was based on swords, the highest title was given to be the High House of the Blade and Darkness. Such a title included the word darkness due to the aura surrounded by it, and it emerged from the commander's blade, also known as the tyrannical blade of darkness. That knowledge was quite insightful but was of no use for the protagonist. The most important thing he was happy to know was that as a noble he had access to a lot of money. The family was the richest one among the nation, making even the youngest child have enough to not work a single day. The only reason for such a thing might be that the head of the family was not a bit concerned about his youngest child. Being totally ridiculous, the protagonist then tried his best to stand up on his knees. However, both of them were trembling, and there he was thinking about the flashback when Rona had a little stumble with the protagonist's true intentions. Actually, just a while ago she was playing the role of the maid with a question in mind. If the boy was seriously thinking of practicing at that moment, the protagonist called her out of nowhere and left her in thought. Could his true intentions be something different? As he ended, he whispered something into her ears, making her go stunned with the use of such an amount of money. She showed a little doubt, but in the end agreed, and then went off procrastinating on the changes in the young master. It looked like he sent her off to buy something, continuously waiting while sitting on drinks. Out of nowhere, a huge man appeared, stunning him as the head butler Rodwell. That man was holding multiple positions in the family and was one of the most important characters in the story, serving as the head of the family. The protagonist tried to realize the situation he was currently in and just asked his true intentions for the presence in the training area. When the youngest master was training, Rodwell just informed him to partake in today's dinner, which was shocking for the man as everything was going at a different pace he had not imagined at first. He decided to deny, but when the news of the arrival of the lady from the still in her family and the ignorance of the master's order was given, Nox had no other choice but to accept the ordeal to take part in the dinner. Nox's correct change was mentioned by the butler, as he had never seen him picking a sword to practice out of nowhere, and then just asked a random question for him to be getting involved in such things. The protagonist, while using the positive trait, calmed himself and then shared his anger, asking him to stay in his shoes as a butler and not act like a father. The butler immediately apologized for his ignorance, and Nox got past the training area, but immediately decided to report such an incident to the family head. And as the protagonist got out of the training area, we could see that he was about to piss in his pants due to the intense aura he just faced inside. The most concerning matter for him was the arrival of the young lady from the still in her family and its purpose. As the night fell, they turned to the dining area where the protagonist's siblings were making fun of him for being a part of a prestigious dinner. Both of them were Hartz and Alan, twin brothers. They continued the banter with the solo com boy and then started making fun of him for being indulged with a maid. In the middle of their marking arrived the head of the family, T. von Reinharber, accompanied by Talia von Stillener, the main guest of the night. Actually, she had requested make practice. His father further added to her praises, while the protagonist was just stuck to see her, as she was the one hero of Inner Lunatic who was going to kill our villain in one go. Even the family head was quite surprised to see the youngest child being part of the dinner, and so he decided to just go with the task without wasting even one more second. In the middle of the dinner, it looked like the twin brothers were up to something, and after giving a gaze to the protagonist, they asked their father to finally decide the person who was going to visit the Elden Academy. Actually, it was a tough question even for the head of the family, because as one of the most important locations, students of that academy had to face all kinds of conditions to evolve as one of the best. On one hand, the protagonist had no other choice but to join the academy. The problem stood that Elden only allowed 3 individuals from each family to attend. The father had already used 2 of his places for his eldest sons. They were left with only one, while the protagonist was pretty sure of getting his hands on the ticket, as it was the only way out for him to survive. Father had decided to follow the traditions, and the tradition was going to be a fight between the brothers to see who would emerge victorious and get admission to the Elden Academy. The date was decided to be 1 month ahead, and the venue would be the practice hall. Twin brothers started making fun of the youngest son immediately while asking him to back out. On the other hand, the protagonist calmed himself using his positive traits and just mocked them even more. One of them got pissed and tried to attack the protagonist, while he just ignored that taunt and confidently declared that he would be the one visiting the academy as the 3rd individual from the family. Talia was also impressed with the confidence that the man was holding, and such a compliment shook Nox's soul from inside. Later that same night, the head of the family was informed by the butler about the change in the behavior of Nox. And he was also quite curious about the reason for the change, as the outcome might be that he was possessed by a demon. He just commanded the butler to continue spying and following the same. He found Nox running around the palace for training and being the point of talk amongst the maids. They were not happy with his preparation style of just running and not doing any practice for the duel. They were far behind, but the protagonist was good at hearing them. And just then a status screen informed him about an increase in his stats by 0.1 in stamina, which was not at all good enough against what he had put in to get it. Actually, as per the norms, his skill of swordsmanship could only be used when his stamina level reached 4. After 1 month of training, he had just increased his stamina by 19 points. Due to his negative trait of the curse of weakness dividing every effort by 2. In short, with his current condition, he needed to put the strength of 4 people in order to get his way ahead in the Elden Academy. His highest stamina level was going to be 15 due to his terminally ill characteristic. And just then the maid arrived with a rolling tray bringing everything he had requested the last day, while whispering in her ears. Those things included some poison, a scroll, and a core of a golem. Using all that, he was willing to do something through his knowledge. While the maid was confused to see him using useless things for a process that no one would even search for. Protagonist was still pretty sure of his calculations, and he took away the poison bottle and immediately drank it, completely shocking the maid with his actions and the outcome. Poison started taking its toll on the body, and the status screen reflected his health increased by 1.5 times, giving him 10 minutes to reach his death. As the lady decided to call for the butler, the protagonist just started consuming the golem core, shocking her even more and getting petrified from the poison. The process was going well because he was aware that the golem core was the best thing to petrify or to create artificial golems. But when the same was used with the poison, a special effect was activated, leading to the deactivation or removal of his negative trait curse of weakness from his stats. Mission was successful, and being completely drained of energy, he decided to take off the clothes for some better air again, stunning the maid with his actions. Nox ignored her display of emotions and just picked up the dew and poured it upon himself, disappearing the purification of the golem. As a gift, he was given the blessing of growth until his time reached 5, and as the last item was left, he tore that scroll in half, doubling his stamina growth rate at once. The curse was eliminated, and through all the calculations, one thing was pretty sure. He was ready to increase his time at a faster rate. His concern was interrupted in the middle of his happiness by worries about his true condition at the moment. Both of them acted like a coupled child battling over the stupid decision he had made with all those acts. She still insisted upon calling the butler for help while the protagonist just denied and then decided to go for a run once again. This time both of them were running continuously around the palace while Talia was witnessing them. Their ridiculous way of finding a way to win against the brother made her call it pretty rude to act in such a manner. Talia was pretty sure that this was not the right way of training. Anyhow, some individuals had even tried to help him, but he turned them down. So she believed that the young master was going to be defeated at the time of battle for calling his confidence truly nuisance. After a while she already had enough, and so she decided to go by herself in order to tell the boy what the right thing to do was in the training grounds when he was resting a bit. She immediately introduced herself, making him question her purpose. Nox showed her a cold attitude while Talia was just happy that the boy might be lost in thoughts due to his beautiful face. Turning out the curious question, she asked if his way of training was right, as there was no way that he could win if he just ran more. Even though she was ready to help him train through swordsmanship, he immediately turned the offer down, making her annoyed by such a denial. She immediately got pissed and then decided to walk off, believing that he was not going to take her help anyhow. Things were getting complicated, and as he saw her status screen, he was impressed that she had lots of talent and huge stamina even against normal human beings. The three source masters of the continent were holding even much more than that, but she was the one holding the potential to reach that level. Her main element was fire, which was going to awaken into the white flames that would be used to kill the demon Nox in the near future. He had various thoughts in mind about changing the storyline with his sharp chess moves, but for the moment he had to focus on the battle to get into the academy. Not so long, and 1 month had already passed, and while Talia was coming back from her training session, she was remembering how some of the knights were praising her for her quick skills and bloodline. With those words, she remembered the flashback when she used to lose against her sister in every sword battle and always wondered if she could really become a knight. Those are the humans who sacrifice their lives for someone's good. Then another question popped into her head. Was the protagonist really going to win by just running against those who were training for years? Since then, it turned the next day into the training area, where the deciding battle was going to take place, and their stance with the two contenders in the middle. That complete battle was being witnessed by the head of the family with his first wife Cecilia. As the head of the master asked his advisor about the duel, he just kept his demeanor before answering. He decided to start the battle with a declaration that one winner would enter the academy, and then declared the beginning of the battle. As soon as it started, the protagonist was seen under the sewing of his elder brother with no way out. The butler was asked once again, and he kept his answer straightforward. Alan would win the battle due to his practice. The butler had still questions in his mind about whatever he had said out of his mouth, and he believed there might be a chance of Nox winning because he was aware, from the moment he had walked on the path, that it was not the sharpness of the sword which would decide the winner but the blood and sweat one had given to sharpen it. Only one thing could make Nox win such a battle, and it would be overwhelming talent. The question is, did he really possess that? The head of the family believed that the possibility of Nox winning was never zero. As he was born with the sword of an hour in the middle of the training hall, Nox was pretty unlucky because he did not have swordsmanship even after increasing his stamina stats by 0.1. He had reached only a level of 38. Back at the training hall, she also helped him keep his towel behind him. And as he decided to take a look at the time, he was pretty stunned to see it at the level of 45. Even after being passed, he could not do anything and just decided to continue with his practice forever. Alan simply asked the boy to give up before getting hurt, while Nox himself was trying his best to mock the boy as best as he could. Alan, on the other hand, had his eye on Talia, and as more time passed, Nox was happy and terrified at the same moment after knowing that this time he was holding the stamina of 8 in front of him, something that couldn't be beaten with unorthodox methods. Referee once again announced the beginning of the battle with no objections to be raised on the outcome, while the protagonist was nervous. He had too many responsibilities on his shoulders, including finding the truth and the man who had been sending the letters in the period of 1 year before his death. As soon as it began, Alan jumped off to deliver a powerful swing while the protagonist somehow managed to dodge it in the middle of it. Then he slid off to create a distance between both of them. while that boy gave his best to stop him from doing so while praising his defense and making him fall on the back foot. He was aware that if he lost, his entire life would be for nothing, and his motivation rose at the moment when his stamina increased by 0.1. Alan did not like such a smile on his face, and being pissed decided to hit him even more with continuous strikes. Alan's mother was happy as she was worried for nothing due to the change in the attitude of Nox. Even the head of the family was calling such an act totally pathetic, and it looked like he was much more disappointed than before the change in his attitude. The father believed that there was some nice talent blooming among the twins, but not much superior to match the level of his first ones. It looked like he was searching for the dark sword of domination, one who could keep everything under its feet. After losing hope, he was about to stop the ridiculous battle, and just then Nox's stamina started increasing by 0.1, making him reach the level of 4 and activating his street swordsmanship and combat genius. He further pulled it up to use the skill of the Hour of the Genius, which slowed down everything for the protagonist, keeping the pace of time the same for everyone, and since his trade had already been activated, it looked like it was all over. So the protagonist immediately budgeted off and attacked his brother, making him lose control of his sword, and without wasting a second, he declared himself to be the winner of the duel. His continuous strikes finally won, and Alan was on the floor accepting defeat. The protagonist still was on the back foot, as he could not let his guard down due to the armor of genius, which would only last for a particular time, marking them even more. He called both of them to come at once, making a master move against his weakness. Those were some tough words coming out of an untrained newbie, and he even asked for permission from the father, while the man was confused after looking at the pale face of Talia, being concerned. Still, after reading the situation, he allowed for such an act, and the referee called the match to begin at once. Now the battle was going to be 2-1, where the brothers were attacking simultaneously on the protagonist, and he swiftly defended both of their attacks. They tried to turn the table with their anger, and Nox's status scream was continuously helping him by giving every time something new as a spice. He successfully defended all the attacks and then swiftly delivered a body knock on one of the brothers, elbows stunning Talia with such a genius act. Nox was trying to humiliate those guys as much as he could, and while both of them were distracted with a shoulder push, he immediately started swinging the sword once again. After giving them a warning, his strikes were getting heavier with each and every swing, and the others were not able to believe what that boy had achieved in just 1 month. Both of the older brothers were on the floor out of stamina and breath, while our protagonist was standing still with the end of the Hour of Genius. Their mother was much more concerned about her boys, and while playing the master movie, Nox asked the referee to deliver the final word of the battle. As expected, victory was given to Nox, and so he simply dropped the sword on the floor and gave a smile, looking at his father with a gentle thank you. He passed through the training hall, and Talia decided to follow him to find out how he had done all that by himself. Outside the hall, the protagonist was reliving the life he had lived before his reincarnation, and he again spit blood on his hand. Actually, the effort that he put inside the training hall came with a price, and his life had been decreased by 2 days and 17 hours. While making some other calculations, Talia called out to him, inquiring about his health after seeing him spitting blood on his hands. She was the last person he would believe to come to know about his weakness. His concerns were brought down at the moment when she blushed and apologized for misunderstanding his tactics of winning the battle. She finally told him that she underestimated his skills and talent. Outcome: she believed that he really was one of the most talented guys she had ever come across. However, after the battle, her thoughts changed once again after seeing him spitting blood, and she believed that with a genius mind and talent, there were some risks which the boy was facing for sure at that level. Talia even showed concern and tried to touch him. However, she was stopped in the middle, and the true reason was not because the protagonist did not like to be touched by her, but because girls were something he could not handle by himself. Anyhow, Talia simply apologized, and she had a blush on her face for all that time. When she mentioned Emma giving her teachings about how misunderstanding could lead to much worse conditions than treating someone right, the protagonist was still unaware of how to respond to such an act. He was aware of that against whatever she had said. She was the daughter of one of the great knights, so she would not easily believe it when someone tried to prove her wrong. After all those calculations, he just asked her not to tell anyone about the bleeding and she agreed to it instantly. After that, he just passed by her side, leaving her in a red blush, telling her not to forget about the promise. Back at the office area, the head of the family was having a discussion with the advisor. When asked, he answered that his belief stated that he was the best amongst all of his children at that age. In addition, he was hiding some talent which was possessed but hidden inside him. The head of the family was really searching for someone who could handle the sword, and his name was spelled the most number of times. He was thinking about it. He himself had not much time left, so he had the hand over the task of finding the man to the butler. Later at night, the protagonist was reading the status screen changes, and was informed about rewards in the form of 3 free stat points. He decided to use all of them for luck, making it reach level 10 as it was the most valuable thing when it comes to the game of Inner Lunatic. Its effect was visible at the right moment when he was given a random gacha voucher. Using it in the machine with high luck stats, he was wishing for an intermediate rank to appear. As per the norms, the basic rank and below are white, while the intermediate rank is silver and the advanced will be gold. The highest rank will be one of the rainbow colors, and as the gacha machine dropped, he was provided with an advanced one in golden form, confirming that he really had some high luck. From the school, he obtained the Supreme Ruler and it was added to his active skills, which lowered the stats of his opponent in the battle by 20. He decided to use the one-time use skill confirmation voucher, but then stopped and decided to use it when his father gathered all of them at once. He knew that his elder brother was going to arrive at the family to complete his training and become a knight, but then stopped and decided to use it when his father gathered all of them at once. Nox have a lot of work to do thinking about Talia. He knew that his elder brother was going to arrive at the family to complete his training as a knight. She was surely not the one, as she was not someone who'd break the promise. Later at night, he again went to the training area. However, he found Talia before him. On asking the purpose of interrupting him, she casually asked the way by which she got that much quickly. The protagonist just ignored her question and decided to walk off while accusing her of secretly stalking him for the entire month. She, being embarrassed, just asked for a spa, and with those words, he remembered that in the story, Talia was a character who won recognition from her sister. And so he immediately stopped and asked her to look inside herself and find the talent she possessed to evolve against everything. With that, he just asked her not to compare herself with anyone who'd passed from the training hall, leaving her once again blushing with those words. As he went outside, he saw a huge gathering against the door with the father in the middle. They were all going to enter the barn, which contained lots of horses. Actually, their father had called all 3 of them in order to choose the horse they would reside with forever. The protagonist was aware that in Inner Lunatic, horses were sacred animals, both for the continent as well as the family. And if one had to become a knight, they needed to choose a horse. The academy teaches about it too, and is even useful in the future. So D needs to raise the chosen horse by Lee, as once it dies, they need to raise it from an early age again. Winner of the duel, Nox, was given the first chance. So he entered the area to inquire about the best among them. His father was too concerned about him choosing the right one. And so the protagonist started wandering around and found a black horse among the brown ones. He quietly approached it and declared it to be his companion from then on. His brothers were stunned, and so was his father, who gave him another chance, believing it was a bad decision. The protagonist immediately used his insight to find that the rank of the horse was higher in all regards, including that it was also an obsidian, making it even more prestigious. The only reason the protagonist believed his father did not like him making it his first choice was because of its strength, which was inactive due to verse, leaving him with a total survival time of 2 days and 16 hours. A solution for those issues, that's why he kept firm on his decision to choose the horse, leaving his father with numerous questions and writing an image of himself like a disappointment, a weak human who wasn't good enough to make good decisions. Completely disappointed, he left the barn while the others had to choose their horse in the absence of the father. But then he was asked to choose a name for it, and he ended up giving it the name Carl, the same name by which he tried to create his character at first. He immediately took the horse inside his house and covered him with a blanket. The horse's eyes were asking for more life than what he had really possessed. He immediately called for the maid, who was again in a compromised position on the floor while cleaning. She was speaking behind them and then was commanded by the young master to take care of it. She agreed to care for the pitiful horse while the protagonist found it a little shocking that such things were going to be revealed. As soon as 3 days passed, a loud scream erupted from the young master's place, and it was the maid showing sorrow at the death of the horse. The protagonist believed it was all because she already had a lot in order to make it survive. But even then, being strong, he immediately asked her to calm down, giving confirmation that Carl was going to come back. He then asked her to stand behind and then took out a scroll and infused it with mana, stunning the maid with such an act. His mana was going out of control and he somehow calmed her down while respecting her from speaking. His complete focus was settled at the moment as he just awakened the genius of mana detection. Even though it was not allowed, only Imperial family members could use it because they were more proficient in magic. His only task was to put as much mana into the scroll. And as he started to feel something, he immediately used his one-time used skill confirmation voucher. There the book for which he was searching for in the form of black magic was obtained. A status screen finally declared that the target, Carinth, would be reincarnated as undead, and such magic was confirmed by the protagonist. He revealed the 2 types of traits possessed by undead. The first one was the beings who were brought back using black magic, and the second one was those brought to life without an ego, reborn as strong beings. Still, there is a problem in the middle. There was only one family that could revive corpses as undead, and that was the Marvis family. The protagonist was able to use it because he was holding the one-time use selection voucher and obtained a new micron, also known as the Book of the Dead. Using that, he successfully called upon the spirit in the form of black aura, and as soon as it arrived, it attacked the protagonist's soul, making him spit blood in front of the maid. Once again, the more he was given his best for the task, the more he was suffering damage to his body, and as the mana was running out, it looked like the magic had already affected Carl's dead body as it had started screaming, and the skill was finally activated. Carl was revived as an undead, and his eyes had turned glittery. The protagonist was happy even after having blood on his face, and he called upon the pet. Immediately he used insight, giving him the happiness of success as all of the DPS had already been lifted. Before he could complete that, he was going to be the master of that being. The maid immediately jumped off and hugged both of them, as she was much more concerned than anyone else about their lives. Lady was concerned about the horse's revival and the master's life, while Carl just ignored that shitty attitude. There was a little banter between both of them, and the protagonist was going to search for the next hidden piece immediately as time turned to a few days. Later, the protagonist was holding a brighter stone in one hand and a map in the other, showing a resemblance to the game and his target. This time, it was going to be an item that would help him compensate for the terminally ill state. His careless attitude was immediately called upon, and he decided to stay strong because it was not going to be a game this time. It was also said about the forest that if young children entered, it would get lost no matter what. The task that he had chosen was coming up for a higher price of death if he was not able to clear it. It was a territory that was prohibited from entering, and due to the darkness, it had always been a challenge to find the way out. For once, it had a meaning that whoever entered would get lost, and for the others it was stated that if an adult killed a monster, he wouldn't be getting any artifacts. Even in the game, players indicted a lot to clear it, and that's why the difficulty of this level was set at 25 stars, which was 50 of the total margin. The item emerging from it was a perfect item for the terminally ill, and that's why he lit up a fire in the middle of the forest and started searching for his way out. He was using it to find the directions of his movement, but before going, he called upon the one who was hiding inside the forest against him, and as he even called it out, it did not come out. He slashed those bushes with the sword. On the other hand, Talia was pretty confused to see that the man was even unaffected by the beauty. While her maid decided to tell her not to follow the young master around, or it could lead her to get scolded, Talia was really acting like a stubborn child, while Emma was the one spoiling her even more, believing she was ready to become the next head of the family. Only, her elder sister was not as talented as she was right now. She tried to inquire about her house at midnight, believing she would be sleeping, but was completely stunned to see her room completely empty. Without wasting a second, she started calling for help to find the missing Talia. As expected, She was the one who followed the protagonist inside the missing child forest, and before he loaded her with a lot of questions, the protagonist found something unorthodox and immediately protected her with the burning wood. His intuition worked fine as a gray wolf appeared, lurking and started howling in the middle of the forest like sending a signal to the others. The protagonist immediately attacked it with the help of the burning flame, making it fall to the floor. Completely unconscious Talia praised such a swift movement inside her head, and then had to answer the question of Nox for following the man without any information. She tried to act cute once again, but the protagonist was not budging, and that's why she immediately caught him by the hand, and with a trembling voice, revealed that she just wanted to be strong and wanted to know how he became one of them. That's why she decided to follow him and saw the forest, and without thinking much entered its darkness. The protagonist was just happy in his head, knowing that one of his most important enemies was believing and thinking highly of himself. And then, with no choice, he decided to ask her to follow him from then on, making one thing clear, that he was not going to help her, as it was just a situation in which he could not leave her behind. Talia apologized and then thanked him. Out of nowhere, they exchanged a beautiful gaze. Their long moment was welcomed by some other beings, watching them from the bushes in the form of the gray wolves, called by the howl of the previous one. The protagonist stood in the middle, trying to protect the lady from any harm that could be caused by the wolves. He handed her the flame, asking her to stay behind, and then decided to use his sword against all of them with sheer focus. As per the box, a light monster would surely appear, evolved from the gray wolves, and then suddenly, a bunch of wolves plunged forward against the protagonist. In the middle of his thoughts, he tried to protect himself using his attacks. He was driven into a corner, and one of them found the chance to rush against him, making him swing the sword with full pressure and end their lives in one go. Talia found it quite amazing, and she was at a loss for words when, while holding the burning wood, she was thinking to herself if Nox believed she was a weakling or something. Just then, she felt a different kind of sensation while the protagonist was ready, as it marked the arrival of the elite gray wolf. All of them were looking at him, having a glitter in their eyes, ready to kill. Outside the forest, Emma and others were searching for the young master and Talia with their best and other subordinates. Then they were informed that it was pretty sure that those guys had gone into the forest to the forest marks. Emma was not able to digest those words, and she fell to the ground in absolute fear. She had shown a little agreement in visiting the forest, but immediately called it down while telling that the forest was something the family had yet not cleared. They had already lost many children inside it, even being the best around the nation. That was something they were not able to clear, being incompetent in doing so, but she still had questions in her mind about the reason for the young master visiting it. Since there were no signs of breaking the barrier for the family, it was assured that the protagonist had entered the forest by his own will. One thing was sure, Nox was not what he was before. A frail weakling. The only way both of them could return from the forest was with the help of the protagonist clearing it. All they could do was wait and watch, while Emma had lost all hope with tears in her eyes. Back inside, when they were facing the elite gray wolves, Talia decided to help while asking her to stay calm, as she would get out of it with ease. The boy was giving his best in order to save the life of one of them. Even though killing them was not much dangerous, he wanted Talia to be on her toes to run in case something went wrong. He was ready to give her the chance to guard the back, and then immediately activated the hour of genius to kill them in one go. Just then, one of the wolves caught the protagonist's eyes, and he had a different kind of smile on his face at that moment. It rushed, and the protagonist kept his guard to slice it down in one go. The slice was delivered, and the protagonist successfully sliced it open, while lowering down his guard from the back, which was left to be covered by Talia. One of the wolves tried to attack him from the blind side, and Talia successfully defended it with the thrust of her dagger to the neck, commanding him to be careful. She finally had to believe that she could also help in finding the way out of the forest. She was pretty concerned about the health and wounds of the protagonist, and the protagonist was happy that he got someone to help between the conversations. He took down 2 other wolves, informing that he was all right and being concerned about why he showed the pathetic side of not covering his back. His hands started trembling due to the negative trait of terminally ill, and there arrived the most dangerous-looking elite gray wolf for the fight. Both of them started facing each other. They went around in a circle to inspect, and then the light gray wolf rushed forward without attacking him, as it passed by, leaving the protagonist questioning its intention. Not long after, it went back at intense speed to deliver a Fang attack on his shoulder, leaving him injured for the first time in the battle. The level of the battle was surely not to be rated only 25 stars, as there were some of the smartest animals there too. That monster was using the best geographical advantage and was rushing toward him from the blind spot. However, for the first time, the protagonist was able to find his way and deliver a swing, which ended up in nothing. As soon as this was completed, the monster again tried to attack him. He was waiting for it to go down, but he had completely lost hope, and due to the recall, his hands were not moving, so it looked like he was going to die even after clearing the same level multiple times. Right in the middle, Danger came and attacked the other eye of that wolf, blinding it completely and creating an opening for the Nox to swing again. The lady kept the guard on his back. Talia, as soon as she got the chance, delivered an attack right through its belly, ending its life of misery with a single strike. After the battle, he fell on the ground, completely helpless, and other wolves as well as soldiers ran away, giving a chance for Talia to pass by and inquire about the health of Nox. Nox immediately thanked her for the help, while she was a bit more concerned about his pain from the attack on the shoulder, which was reckoned to be deep. The protagonist didn't pay any attention and was trying to stand up when, at that moment, a spider jumped onto Talia's shoulder, making her go crazy and fall into the laps of the protagonist due to the scare. The closer a spider got, the more she screamed and trembled. The protagonist didn't miss the chance to mock her, while removing the spider from her shoulder, asking her to be strong, in order to become a knight, harming her most critical part of the brain and making her blush. Due to the use of genius, he again spat blood and tried to show that nothing had happened. In his mind, he called for help, as it would have been for nothing if she wasn't with him. All that was left for them at the moment was to view the forest as they emerged with a magical item from the elite's body outside the forest. It was already morning and Emma was still crying, taking on the guilt of the one who killed Lady Talia. The butler was also quite tense because this was going to create political instability between the families due to the appearance of people calling the family incompetent for taking care of a single forest. Just then, one of the soldiers informed them about the fog of the forest being lifted, giving an indication that the missing child forest had been cleared. They reconfirmed the same, but it seemed like the dream had come to reality for the final time. The only meaningful outcome was derived, and we could see those two kids coming out of the forest alive and healthy. The protagonist was covered in bruises and blood, while the soldiers were unable to believe that a boy had cleared the forest. Emma immediately hugged Lady Talia, while inquiring about her condition. The butler also inquired about the purpose of such a large gathering outside the forest, which was due to him entering the missing child forest without any prior information. On the other hand, he wondered whether the family would like to lose the news of the death of his own son in the missing forest to teach all the lessons for the family to learn. There was a cute banter between both of them, and then she turned toward the young master, thanking him for saving Lady Talia inside the forest. Nox immediately turned down those words, telling her that the lady had carried her own weight and had done her best to survive. As they turned inside the palace, the protagonist was going to take a rest after that fruitful night. He was happy that he was finally able to get his hands on the magic item that formed the black flame ring. Only those who could use dark mana could wear it. Orange shot, and just if he defeated someone while wearing it, he would gain a portion of his power inside himself. Even though he could steal force from someone else, it didn't mean he had a long life, as it would only increase the expectancy by a little, and that thing was not a cure for terminal illness. Immediately, he decided to keep it as hope to increase his life expectancy. Romina, the maid, was continuously spying on the young master, so he called her inside to see things, making her blush if those things included dresses too. Both of them exchanged punches, with the maid being the one falling apart as the finger flick hurt her more. The protagonist immediately called her for an arm wrestle, while she confidently agreed, believing that he was going to lose, and if not, she would be ready to get a 20 cut in salary. As the wrestle started and the count reached 3, the protagonist defeated her instantly, leaving her completely shocked and making her plead not to cut her salary as being the son of a rabid family. The lady apologized, begging him not to cut her salary, and just then, the protagonist saw the status screen pop up, telling him about the wrist fracture received due to the frequent sickness effect. He called for ice and water against the salary cut and was satisfied with getting the ring at the completion of the mission. Time passed, and we came to know that even after getting 2 of the most important items, Nox was not able to use them. The only reason was that he had been grounded as punishment for entering the missing forest without prior information. Diagnosed was having a downfall and was not able to understand what he had done wrong. Even though the maid also supported him, she could not speak such things in front of the higher family members as it would lead to her salary reduction. The protagonist had been working hard on adapting to the lifestyle during the past 6 months, and in case he could not rest or eat well, the time remaining till his death had been reduced to only 147 days in the end. He was frustrated and talked to his father by himself just then. There was a knock on the door, and the butler introduced himself in front of him with information about the summoning of the boy by the head of the family. His father was reminiscing about the past when he had slaughtered thousands of demons with his single sword on the night of the slaughter. It was a hideous sight to stay in, but he emerged victorious. As even the aura of that time was covering the present, the eyes of that man still believed that one of his sons would surely learn the supreme black sword, and the only way one could get it was after killing the head of the family with their own hands. It was like he was waiting for his son's arrival, and he was pretty astonished to think that a boy like Nox was aware of how to clear the missing forest, even though if he wanted to reward him for the same, objections from the family vessels turned it down. The investigation was completed soon, and Nox paid his presents with respect to the head. He criticized his way of working, but praised the boy for giving his best in clearing the missing forest and informed him that he was summoned to discuss the reward. In reward form, he was ready to give whatever he requested at once without any objection. Even though the protagonist had played that game thousands of times, he had never believed that a man like him would offer a reward in the first place. He confirmed if the reward could be anything, and the head of the family agreed, swearing on the long-standing history of the black sword. That promise showed the seriousness of the talks, and to prevent himself from such a ridiculous task, he presented that he needed to be cautious not to harm his own image in the eyes of the man. Asking a friendly Nox, he demanded some time, and the man agreed, giving him permission to leave the estate, writing a smile at the boy for which he was waiting so long. On the next day, Talia and Emma were leaving the estate. Talia was interested in meeting the protagonist at the Elden Academy. When he himself did not respond, the protagonist was not answering, so she taught him some good manners by the advisor, and in the end, she asked him to become the full-fledged knight at that moment. Nox mocked her about the fear of spiders and ended up being punched in the gut out of embarrassment once again. Before heading out, that lady fully declared that she would return to the position he had asked for, while sending chills down the body of the boy with the thought of killing him instantly. Emma thanked the boy without much respect for saving the life of Miss Talia, while he himself believed that there was something like it. Both of them left in a royal carriage, and the protagonist had a feeling of being attached to the one who left, in a feeling like he was enjoying the moment as he was quite relaxed. The status screen reminded him about the terminal illness and 146 days left till his death. Few more days passed, and he had to get a new maid as per the line. Then finally, he arrived to tell him about the arrival of the new maid, whom the Elden family had sent to assist him. She skillfully paid her respect to the boy and introduced herself as Jitri. The protagonist immediately used his insight to know her stats and read her negative traits, which included spy among them. The remaining time left with Nox came down to 140 days, and it was raining fast with only one positive thing: an increase in stats at double the rate. 2 months from then, he was going to attend the Elden Academy, and as the maid said those words with a happy face, it looked like she really wanted him to leave. Rana tried to act a little cozy, however. The protagonist did not like that and stopped her with another warning of cutting her salary. He needed to improve his stats anyhow to survive in that academy, as it was the most prestigious and constituting the strongest cadets around the country. Further, he had to play the role of the villain after entering the main part of the story, and with those thoughts, he believed that everything was off. Jitri was sent to help him do his best. His father, Theovan Rehafer, was one of the strongest and ugliest villains in the story. One of the reasons he reached the top was that he was strong and confident, and the second one was that he always had a professional skepticism towards those who were beside or behind him. That's why he had sent Jitri in the role of a maid to inquire about his son with a promise to help her in the session if she succeeded. She was ready to assist with the utmost faith, but her intentions were turned down. With the lady starting from the ugliest villain, she understood that she had to monitor him strictly but not support him somehow. She managed to get out of that aura room with her heart beating faster, and after looking into her pendant, she determined herself not to waver from that point on. The protagonist already knew that she was a spy sent by his father to confirm the identity and turn down the chances of demon possession in his case. Still, there was a problem just being the maid as per the story base. She was not involved in the main storyline and was supposed to become the next head of the Lovelia family. The army was harmed because of the killing by her uncle of her parents, and in the end, she became a maid for his family to escape from her own. Even though she played quite a cheerful role, her inner self had already rotten, and so her decision at the moment was to suicide before the main part of the story started. He still had a question in his mind if it would be right to and save someone who should not die, but if he did so, it would harm his own neck the next day. He came forward to inform both of the maids that they were going to hunt the forest within the territory, and the two of them would help. Rona tried to form excuses to escape, while on the other hand, Jutri agreed instantly. The protagonist was expecting a denial from the other maid. However, since she agreed, he decided to take Rona with him, while turning down her excuse of sick leave. Immediately his words were getting harsher as he decided to cut 50 of her salary. The maid was not able to do anything, so she cried and agreed to the task. Jutri decided to inform the butler about their movements, while the protagonist was determined to increase his life as much as he could because he was free to move anywhere. The hunt started, and they decided to get into the child forest for the task. The protagonist successfully sliced off most of the wolves, and gained 2 hours of lifespan with a single kill as he killed all of them. He found that the hunting exhibition was quite successful. 1 hour had passed, and so it took too long to hunt. He drank a sun potion to boost himself while thinking that the most important problem was the number of monsters left. For the last few days he had killed most of them, and at that rate his plan to live a successful life was truly falling apart. The words coming out of his mouth were not making any sense due to the reduction in the number of monsters, and as the night was also falling, both of them decided to head to the mansion for the day. He asked for perfect water before dinner for a bath, and the new maid instantly agreed to it. Both of the maids went up for the task immediately, as soon as they arrived, but before that, Nox stopped Jutri and asked her to state the question of to whom she was serving at the moment. She flustered before answering the question, and he understood it instantly, taunting her if he really understood what she meant to say. The lady was a little confused, so the protagonist calmed her down, confirming no further investigation because he was happy that she didn't lie. By all her words, he tried to console her and build his own image in the eyes of that girl, and even asked her to make use of him when the time comes. She understood the relationship well and the way he was building it. However, Jutri still was not able to read the conditions. At night, when those maids were sitting at their place, Rona believed that the master was quite different, and had a split personality disorder. Somehow, Jutri showed her agreement for the same too. However, in her heart, she was still remembering the rumors about the change of character in Nox, and after meeting her, she believed that those rumors were pretty true. He really had defeated the twins in order to get the entrance to the academy, and was the one who solidified the family to stand on top, which was totally different from herself, who had fallen apart even after being a legitimate successor. The words of making use of each other had somehow caught her attention, but she was not able to really understand the meaning of it. Not long after, news started to spread inside the family that Jutri had been expelled from the family from her maid position. In one of the letters she received, she was criticized as a human being who had been deemed enlisted from her own territories, and they gave her a bob, believing that she would not be able to survive long in even the Nox family. She somehow calmed herself down, believing that she would be cut off from the young master and will serve someone else. But the moment she entered the maid's place, everyone started looking at her with cozy eyes, believing that everyone had heard the rumors. Rona was among those who hadn't changed her character even a bit, and every single play from her character raised questions about whether she really was a friend or just playing. On the other hand, Nox was also getting the letter, and he really believed that everything had been forced upon him by his father. His father was totally baseless, and still he was able to help him because he was not aware of the consequences that he had to face post that. On another day, the protagonist was again hunting to increase his lifespan. But this time his character was quite different from usual days. That sudden change was even making it uneasy for the maids to see and observe. It looked like the protagonist was waiting for something to come out, as it is said, when 20 of the monsters will be left, the monster will come out, named as the hidden boss monster. At the moment when he had finally lowered down his complete thought of getting the hand on it, A starting attack team rushed up front at a speedy pace, unsettling Nox on his foot and making him understand that it was the hidden boss. The dead boss turned out to be the elite King Wasp. The battle finally began between all of them, but the protagonist somehow was not able to keep pace and was about to break from that bee. He came to rescue Jitri, standing tall in front of him even though he could have done his best to dodge or defend. It stands by that lady trying to help him. Being stung by the poison, she fell, and he activated the Hour of the Genius. Back in the past, that lady fell multiple times in her younger age, and there was not a single day on which she was not wounded. It was both physical as well as mental wounds they were talking about. When she had a question of whom she was serving, she remembered her uncle talking about taking the succession of the family. While she was falling apart, she could only see the protagonist and her maid friend trying to help her get up. He had successfully defeated the monster and both of them decided to head back to the mansion while taking her body instantly. Jitri understood that Nox was never ready to make use of the lady anyhow, and she was having a feeling of temper and anger coming out of his mouth. That news was reported to the head of the family, and the contents were revealed to be true by the butler. The purpose of bringing her to the Harper family was totally destroyed as the uncle was taking over the command. They could not take over the complete family at once. His plan of making them fall into submission in the chess game was not going to be successful due to the expulsion of the lady from the family. Now the question stands, what should they do with the maid since she was of no use? The advisor advised throwing her away as it would harm their reputation in the Elden Academy for sure. Just then, a man barged in while giving apologies to inform that Nox had brought an injured Jitri into the mansion, and since she was poisoned due to the sting, he had used one of the most expensive potions without permission to heal her. Reconfirmation about the cost of the potion used. His father was more concerned about him being attached to feelings for the lady, which would result in nothing. Rona was the one taking care of the maid for all that time, and as soon as she woke up, she was left with questions on how it turned out like this. All she remembered was being stung, and so the maid informed about the use of the expensive medicine to cure her instantly on the command of Nox. That was a high burden to bear, and so she decided to talk to Nox by herself as to get asked for info. As soon as she woke up, another maid immediately rushed to inform him. When Rona left, Jitri immediately started packing her stuff into a backpack to leave the location because she didn't deserve it in her own eyes. For the price of the letter while taking out the picture of the family, and with that, she decided to leave the location at once. While she was in the middle of the corridor, Nox stopped her and asked in a cold voice the reason for her movement without permission. She turned into a flashback when the doctor was not ready to give the expensive version to a maid because he had not gotten permission from the head of the family. Nox was too cold at that time and was asking continuous questions. He finally commanded to use it on the rest of his own, giving permission to heal the lady. The doctor immediately gave her the potion, confirming that she would really wake up, and it was then, when he left, he asked Rona to report as soon as she woke up. He then immediately went to the head of the family to report the usage of the potion without permission, while activating the Master's Zero acting, and then requested the gift in the form of the maid who had been exiled from her family the moment he asked for it. He was not thinking of anything else or the consequences he had to face from the demand. The moment when that lady was ready to give her own life to save Nox was sufficient to build the trust he was looking for. The head of the family instantly agreed to the demand, but before leaving, Nox decided to tell something else on the permission of the head, which he was granted. As soon as he got that, he was a girlfriend in emotions leading to the drop of the master acting. Then in a hard voice, he asked that man to stop playing with his own people. She turned back to the corridor where Jitri was stopped by the master, and as she tried to explain her condition of living, the protagonist didn't hear anything and then asked if she had taken the permission. Before leaving, she revealed that it was his father who had given the permission to spy upon him, and then inquired about the reason behind him trying to hold her back even after knowing the truth. She had 3 tears flowing through her eyes at the moment when she confessed her true self. The protagonist was smiling at that moment as he saw the real her after the removal of the two-faced enemy. He didn't pay any attention to the deceiving part and then asked her to pay for the price of what she had done before leaving him anyhow. Finally, he commanded that she was going to reside in the place without any family name. As he wanted the talent possessed, he then passed by stating that all he wanted was to stay in the position in the capacity of his maid, without any false intentions. Those words again made that little girl go into tears, and she agreed to it. She decided to stay by his side until the end to assist him. The only answer she got on her tongue to the question of who she was serving was going to be Nox. From then on, Rona, on the other hand, was telling the story to the other maid about how the protagonist acted and threatened the daughter. Just then, Nox called her out for playing the role of the one deceiving the master and not regretting behind his back. The protagonist was holding two types of maids, one who was creating problems and the other solving it. But he decided to keep that topic aside and asked if Jitri was aware of visiting the Elden Academy on behalf of his maid, and whether she had already made all the preparations for the essentials she needed to be taken away along with her for the task. For the first time, he believed that the lady was not forcing herself to smile, and was in her true character of her true self. There was mutual trust between both of them where they were not going to betray each other even when their backs were facing each other. That was a good feeling anyhow to build such a strong relationship with the one he was about to live his academy life with. While they were sitting, Jitri asked the protagonist about the negative rumors spreading around him, which stated that there might be some personal reasons for hiring a non-family member maid for the purpose. Protagonist trembled at those words because he had some bad reputation with girls and so apologized for making things complicated for her as well. While the maid was a little bit uncomfortable knowing that things might be scary for him at the present, Nox was not worried about any kind of rumors as he believed that they had already spread a lot worse than that. Jitri decided to lie to keep the heart of the man, but the man didn't like lies in the first place. Like every other man, the rumors included him being petrified and others, and some of them had left him with no other answers at all. His image had just improved since the time he had taken over the role of Nox. Presently, he was just a brat and weakling supposed to reach no level anyhow. He reminded himself that he was not the protagonist, but the villain, and then decided to stop the rumors while giving her the task to help the man prepare to survive in the Elden Academy. He was thinking of sharing that real plan with her because of her single-minded rate, and then revealed that he wanted to study before joining the academy and wanted help with debit cards. Even though it was illegal, he was acting with calmness because he believed that no one was going to pay any hard attention to it. Anyhow, a maid could not question the demands of a master, so she agreed to bring the basic books that could be a great help just then. Both of them heard quite a ruckus being created outside the place, and as the protagonist turned, he noticed that the young Master Grain had arrived after graduating from the Elden Academy. It was his chance to extend his life. He then informed me of going on a long trip for the time being, leaving the meeting question of what he was really up to. Grain was welcomed by his father and further congratulated. He was the second son and one of Nox's older brothers. Finding the perfect moment, he used his insight to get to know that he was the last full man and a true opportunist in his real character. If not for Nox, then he might be the ugliest person in the family to be revealed. And the other reason was that he was good at politics. Politics made him graduate from the Elden Academy, as in the admission exams, less than 1,000 passed and only half of them graduated. As per the plan, he was going to depart for Chotares in 3 straight days, and his father was already aware that at that time, it was the moment of monster hunting. Actually, that place was a little outside the territory and mutual territory of the south, which used underdeveloped deserts as its borders. The wasteland was swarming with enormous numbers of monsters. Grain had received the mission from the imperial family to stop the monster wave because of the rule of the Archaim Empire, and he had to complete the task to become a knight recognized by the imperial family. Grain was aware of the details and requirements of the imperial family at the moment, and his father believed that if that place fell, then other places would also face troubles. He just commanded him to be on his toes and make that moment successful. The protagonist was aware that this single mission contained much more complicated stories, and there was something that he could also gain from it. He then started the conversation and instantly demanded to bring himself along with the mission to participate in the subjugation. Grain reconfirmed that he was aware and was in his own senses. So, Nox unfolded all the knowledge that he was aware of the place, including the bandits' stronghold and their position at the location. Grain, before discussing further, reconfirmed on various matters, including his clearance on the missing forest, while the protagonist was acting normal because he was aware of the skill the man might be using, which would let him know the reason for someone's restlessness instantly. That still was quite important when it came to playing politics he was thinking of, and at the moment he even reconfirmed the other 2 rumors of taking down the twins. And making the commander made protagonist immediately activated his steel mentality skill and answered without any hesitation. Even after thinking a lot, Grain bought down his demand of taking the man along with him on the mission, who hadn't even graduated from the Elden Academy. His father immediately interrupted between the conversation, taking on the guarantee that he would not fall on the course, and then commanded the elder one to take the younger on the mission. As Grain tried to show some resistance, he commanded that it was an order which would not change anyhow. It would be the family providing the permission as well as the requirements, and they were going to depart in the next 3 days. Nox believed that the father was really up to something, as there would be no chance that he had given the permission without any strings attached. Grain tried to mark him at the moment for the decision he made. However, the protagonist instantly haunted him back, being irritated and mugged. Grain was not able to hold his anger, and he wrapped around the collar of the man to ask a question and order him to be in his own shoes. Jitri came to his master's rescue as she dropped a glass of wine over the clothes of Nox, and then asked him to get a change of clothes so that she could wash them. Grain clenched his teeth as he was able to do nothing and was offered an apology by his younger brother for creating a mess. He took his leave while telling Nox to meet him in 3 days for the expedition. Back on the way, he thanked the maid for helping him and taking him out of trouble. On the other hand, Jitri was more concerned about him traveling to the location, and as soon as they arrived and opened the gate, they could hear the screams of Rona at a very high pitch, confirming if he was really visiting the wasteland for the expedition along with his brother. That was not the attitude of a maid for sure, so he just calmed her down as everything was settled. For the first time in a while, both the maids were on the same side to Danine's expedition, while the protagonist was happy to give it a visit in order to increase his life expectancy. He further asked both of them to stay at the place, and before he could complete the sentence, Jitri apologized and denied it. She was insisting continuously to pay the visit along with him, as where his master moves at any cost, even if she was going to get hurt with that visit. Excusing the boy being prone to illness along with missing things here and there, in the end, he was not left with any other answer and decided to agree with the request. After pondering on the situation, she would be in if he died. Nox then asked her to learn how to ride Carl, and it looked like she had already been up to it after feeding him top-grade sugar cubes with half of her salary. He really was not paying any attention to the hag being offered by Rona, and she called Nox a monster in the conversation and ended up being head-on. In any case, Rona was worried about the protagonist visiting and had tears in her eyes with a pounding face. Just then, when he was about to leave, arrived the butler, requesting the protagonist to pay a visit to the head of the family as he was willing to give an item to him. It might be one of the supplies she was talking about, and without any hesitation, he paid the visit with respect, asking for the reason he was called. The man was ready to hand over the item, but it would depend on if he could take it. He then presented him with the sword of the first head of the family. Such an item had never been presented in the Inner Lunatic story, and as he paid more attention, he got to know that it had bruises on its scales and was quite dusty. Theo cleared the doubt in young master's head by telling him not to go on appearances, as it had much more history behind it. Nox was given permission to try to hold it, and as he did, he raised it up high in the sky and instantly started consuming mana from his body. The color of the blade was significantly changing with the consumption, while Theo informed that the sword would absorb the mana of its master and would unleash it in several folds out of nowhere. It changed its color once again, and the status screen showed a warning about an increase in the consumption rate, unlocking the master acting. Things were getting much more dangerous, and it was then when Theo informed him to hold the sword for 10 minutes in order to gain possession of it. That was when the Strongbringer introduced itself. Not long after, multiple status screens started flashing in front of the protagonist, talking about the darkness held by the sword and the ability to convert stats every time it hit something. However, to unlock its power, one needed to consume the highest amount of mana. But he was not interested in any kind of information, and then finally the status train informed him about the forceful conversion of players' life force into mana, and with that, the color of the sword changed once again, depleting his life force instantly. As it was already down, he had to give it up anyhow, but was not able to let go of the sword. It looked like Theo was well aware of it, about the kind of sword it was, which brings harm to the one holding it. Only the first head of the family was able to wield it, and post that, no one had ever been able to even hold it. As a normal person would instantly collapse with the absorption, and even the world's strongest man could hold it for only an hour, Theo had instantly ordered his youngest son to hold it for 10 minutes, even though he hadn't learned how to control his mana. He believed that all the sudden changes in the protagonist's character were not a coincidence, and in his heart, he believed the boy was really a fourth emperor. One thing was sure: if the mark of 10 minutes was passed, then Nox would be the strongest head of the family, unable to surpass the current one. During all that time, Nox was somehow holding it while putting it back to the ground, which made him angry as the mark was finally completed. Theo commanded his son to keep the sword while the boy was demanding the life force that was consumed. 3 days passed and the day of departure finally arrived. Jatriga gathered all the important items in the dimensional pouch, while the protagonist was not looking in a good mood and was exhausted. Even though Nox was happy and had his hands on the new item, he was not happy about having his life taken away so easily, and at that moment he also noticed how his brother had bought a lot of things. He was not required once for that petition, and it might be through the training he had gone through at the graduation academy. There were only a few steps ahead in that expedition, and the direction people were already fighting. The man was on the right way, and with that, Grain was really not looking that happy. While engaging in the conversation, he came to know that Rona had not taken another way, marking the loss. Interrupted into their conversation, the protagonist told him that there was something going on while he was not much interested. He clarified that they had finally lost the way. Grain was fearful of his words, and it was done when he was informed that he was aware of the way, leaving a question in the elder brother's mind about how such things would be possible. His lies were increasing with every passing second, and he even declared that a vessel's health praised him as a pathfinder, and for all that, his maid was aware of what he was doing. Grain faced a calculation to bring down the confidence of the man. He agreed to the pathfinder to lead the way. All of them agreed, and as the night was about to fall, they decided to set up camp as they had reached the south border, which had not been explored yet. The most angry person at the time was his brother, who was not ready to believe that something which even an experienced guy could not do was done by his younger brother. On the other hand, Nox was aware of such things because he had played that game and cleared it 27 times and had visited the Chatter's location more than 100 times. It was something he could not tell the maid directly, so when she questioned, he told her that he followed the footpaths of a monster named Owlbear, whose habitat is the South Chatter's border. Such monsters would not be an issue to face at night during the camp because they were afraid of fire, and in the meantime, everyone could hear people discussing how Nox had changed and was much better than his elder brother, who studied at the academy. Grain was really getting much more pissed with those things, and he was interested in knowing the strength of the man. One of his companions presented one of the items from his pocket, which would be perfect for testing his strength for the first time in a while. When the expedition started, Grain had a sinister smile on his face. At night, when everyone was sleeping, the wood fire had already burnt out, and it looked like they had been surrounded by monsters. The protagonist was the only one sitting in a meditation form along with a sword, and it looked like he was waiting for it. He immediately went out of the camp, asking his maid to wait inside as expected. Those were some huge monsters, and a protagonist identified them as ogres. The only reason could be that the soil might have been mixed with female hormones, and it was a move by his older brother to intimidate his younger brother. The protagonist, on the other hand, was seeing them as his life force and was ready to battle with them using the sword given by his father. Without wasting any time, he sliced the first one with an instant rush and took it down with one swing. However, in the end, to kill it completely, he plunged the sword inside his body while the others tried to attack him from above with their wooden rods. In any case, the protagonist was much stronger and faster than them, and he delivered a few more slices using that sword successfully, while praising it as it was now absorbing the mana of those monsters to help the man by himself. He had taken down 3 of them, and there was only one more left, which was trembling in fear and decided to run away. This could not be allowed by the protagonist, so he ordered Carl to take it on his back, and he followed it. As soon as he covered the distance, he delivered another sword attack, slicing it down and taking it down. With the battle, he got the life force equivalent to 1 day and 9 hours. In the meantime, when he arrived back, he saw Jitri being worried about his master, questioning about the appearance of the nowhere. It was purely intentional, and he was aware that the doing of such things would only be from his brother. That man was truly trying to keep a check on him and any other place. His politics were aimed at understanding the power possessed by his younger brother, so that he could not get in the way of the succession of the family. Nox then decided to take some of the blood from the ogre, as his plan was to lure more and more of them. Using it, it looked like he had dropped that blood around the temp house of his elder brother. As during the late night, Grain's man detection started showing reflections and reactions. As he was clearing the chance of the presence of any monster, something outside the tent started trembling with screams. A man instantly arrived, asking him to evacuate it, as there was a large number of monsters that had attacked the expedition in a large group. That night was truly a long night, as when the morning fell, the number of monsters was on the ground, while his men were trying to make him understand that they had done nothing wrong during the planting of the female hormones in the soil. On the other hand, at the tent house of Nox, everything was calm, and he asked the maid to have food along with his side. She immediately declined the protagonist's request. He further insisted, as he was not ready to make 2 foods at a time when they were on a mission, and was happy about the upcoming number of monsters at the location of his brother's tent house. Both of them packed up at the tent, and the protagonist decided to throw away the ones covered with overblood, but it was not ready to help even on request from them. He was ready to face the monsters, even if they were going to tell them wherever they moved, as he was planning for the same from the start in order to extend his life by quite a few more. Finally, the time arrived when they decided to pack up and depart to the next spot. Meanwhile, the monsters that had been attacking them looked like they had been sliced by someone else on the second day of the expedition. He had successfully passed on the way, but still, the point of reach was far too long. Grain instantly inquired about his plan on the telling monsters, which the protagonist answered on executing a large-scale subjugation. Believing that making out of the forest would be the easiest way to leave them behind, Grain knew that Nox had already taken command of the soldiers. The reason for typing the ground continuously was because he was aware that monsters could arrive anyhow. Intuition paid off, and the ground instantly started shaking. A monster appeared, to which Nox was very happy to see. It was warm, having sharp teeth and an open mouth, which angled large monsters by itself. It could not use magic, but it was very strong, equivalent to 10 ogres attacking them at once, per-diagnosed, capping on the ground with only one intention: to bring it up without wasting any second. He asked them to prepare for battle and hide in the bushes. The protagonist had planned a fight with the enemy, and soon they arrived. Ogres enlarged in number. Nox was the one who was not worried even a bit. He was well aware that the worm liked and disliked ogre monsters at the same time. To pay heed to his words, they started a battle between both of them. For one of the monsters, it was food, while for the other, it was revenge they were seeking. As the battle started, the worm and ogres attacked each other, one of the ogres trying to free itself by attacking the body of the worm. They were attacking each other, and Grain was just angry about his brother having such important information. While everyone was hiding, Nox picked up some pebbles and started attacking the monsters, marking them and making the maid pretty worried about them noticing and being attacked. On the other hand, as soon as one of the ogres was taken down, his stats were increasing significantly. It was his plan all along, and his life expectancy was increasing with each defeat of that monster. The battle between both of them finally ended with the worm emerging victorious. Grain had no plan in his head, and he was worried because they could not defeat the warmth by themselves. On the other hand, Nox asked everyone to prepare for the battle, and everyone instantly agreed to follow his orders. They started the attack either through arrows or pebbles, taking the first step by activating his Hour of the Genius skill and moving to the front lines of battle. He used each and every pebble and arrow to mark his attacking points. His marking was successful as he had predicted everything, then delivered the final blow to the worm's body, defeating it in one single attack. He increased his life by 10 days, bringing it to 122 days. Well aware that it was not only him but also the other monsters that helped in defeating it, his time had now increased. His skill, Minute East 5, disappeared after reaching that level of stamina. He praised the other soldiers for helping him, while they continuously praised him for being the best during the battle. When everyone else was about to reorganize, another worm appeared out of nowhere. It was something that no one had planned for. Everyone asked Nox to get out of the way. But just then, within a blink of an eye, a man arrived and sliced the worm in half with ease, leaving a question in everyone's mind about his presence. That man was introduced as the Sword Genius, one of the strongest in the Inner Lunatic, and one of the 3 emperors, along with Theo and Celsus' student, Paracelsus. That man hated nobles to the core, and the noble companions were much more interested in knowing the identity of that man. He introduced himself with the name Paracelsus as a mercenary. Nox was having a greater issue with why he was encountering him at this moment when it was planned to be at the Eldian Academy. For the first time, Nox was left with nothing, and was just thinking about what his next move should be. From then on, all of them moved forward together, where Paracelsus revealed that he was also there for the location, intending to hunt monsters. Even in the main story, his character was the same, where he used to travel to different locations in random areas. On the other hand, his elder brother was much more interested in Paracelsus and raising his skills. He was even ready to pay him handsomely if he was going to join and work under him. Paracelsus, as a character who hated nobles, was much more interested in the strength. Those two brothers possessed Grain was not getting angry because his intention was to recruit him anyhow, as he had the necessary skills and requirements to clear the petition. After a few more days of travel, they finally reached Choter's. It looked like barren land. As soon as they reached the gate, they were encountered by a lady beggar asking for something to eat. However, the nobles paid no attention to her. Grain looked a little bit concerned about her, but it was of no use, and there arrived a man named Tagan to welcome them as the security chief. Tagan was well aware of the identity of the noble cats and the mission for which they were on. On the other hand, he was assessing those kids as he was much more interested in them, especially Nox, as he had taken down the worm with some skillful attacks. However, he believed that both of them were sheltered and full of disappointment. Tagan was well aware that the city had not been given any protection or resources to develop it, and was afraid of monsters. They were just in search of food. Tagan asked all of them to rest for the day in the inn, which was not too good but enough for them to survive before entering. Paracelsus denied the offer given to him to join the group, and Grain was much more angry with such words being on his face. Paracelsus did not answer any questions being asked by the nobleman and wished him safe subjugation while mocking the incompetent trade upon them. When the night fell, Nox asked his men to rest as they were going to move the next day. He saw some of the children through the window, hungry and sitting around the bonfire. He went to them with a bag and offered them food. From the beginning, he had a soft feeling for them, even though he couldn't save everyone. He was happy with the thanks he'd received from those kind kids because his plan was to create a future where no one had to beg for food. Jitri was the one telling him at the moment because she was aware that her master was just acting cold and it wasn't his real character. The next day, the chief security member took them on a walk around the city, telling them that it had always been full of monsters, and they had been demanding funds for security and survival from the imperial family, but walls protecting the city were still covered with bruises from the attacks of the monsters, and were not enough even to hold for an hour if the stampede began. Nox was already aware that this place would be one of the most expensive in the near future. The chief informed them about the increased number of monsters from last year. Even at the peak period, people had even witnessed griffins around it, and it was the most important point for them to try to get away behind this subjugation. Griffins were basically eagle-formed monsters considered to be the king of the wild. They were intended to be tracked away, not defeated, while the protagonist had planned on defeating them. Back at the end, Rand's knight was not happy after reading the letters sent for him. Full of praises, it looked like he was taking the place of his master, and so he was not ready to let him go easily. Just then, Jitri came down with some clothes of his master, and was stopped by that man who held her by the hands, asking her to stop. Immediately pervertedness was dropping from his eyes, and he wanted some private time with that girl. At once, Jitri denied it while snatching her hand away. However, that man had no intentions to stop and reminded her that he was one of the knights serving his master's elder brother, so she should obey the orders given by him. Jitri somehow tried to understand the condition and realized that if she rejected, then there might be chances that her master, Nox, could face issues from the elder brother and could hold the attention to it, so she was ready to take the suffering. Just as that man was ready to make her pay for the sense of her master, out of nowhere, Nox arrived and knocked off that man's arm, which was touching the maid. As the camera angle changed, it was revealed to be Nox himself with the sword. He was a young man with purple eyes, and the knight, trying to play dirty, was warned not to get away with it. He believed that his master, Grain, would make him pay for it, while on the other hand, Grain was turning more sinister and angrier. He sliced off his other hand as well, as it had also been used to touch the maid. It was a proper bloodbath as the boy cried in pain with both hands severed from his body. While trying to fight back, the protagonist raised his sword and plunged it inside his body, leaving him to die. That man was dead, and the maid was terrified by the death act. Not so long after, Grain arrived with his elder brother, questioning the rackets being created and confirming if he had killed his knight. Nox confirmed it, and Grain then filled him with many more questions, not ready to listen to even the minor details and the reason behind his brother's such an act. Out of anger, he caught Nox by his collar, continuously questioning the reason why he killed his knight and threatening him with punishment. It was then he revealed that his man had tried to sexually harass the maid, which was only his. Therefore, he stopped and killed him. Grain got even angrier listening to that, and as soon as the sentence was completed, the entire room was filled with a purple aura emitting from the body of the protagonist due to anger. His eyes turned sinister, and he was looking much more serious and angry than before. Terrified, Grain relieved him from the collar and snatched it, believing it was the power of that young man. His attitude changed significantly, but Nox was just playing the role of his character, where he acted on his own accord without informing anyone in the end. He offered a solution to leave the decision to the father to decide what was right and what was wrong when they reached back. Grain agreed for it too, and then Nox, without wasting a second, asked his maid to accompany him and left the tavern while everyone terrified continued watching them. His brother was finding some resemblance of the sword possessed by that man, as it was the same as his father used to hold. At midnight, both the master and the maid were standing beside a well. Nox was aware that there were two groups of soldiers discussing whom they would follow, the younger or the elder brother. Jitri, on the other hand, was trembling in fear, and when asked, she, with tears in her eyes, asked for the reason behind his actions at the tavern. Nox acted calmly, reminding her of the type of master she was working under and further warning her not to speak anywhere else but to him. She agreed to it while wiping tears from her face. Meanwhile, inside the inn, Grain was boiling with anger to see his younger brother climbing above him, still thinking about the sword the boy possessed, a resemblance of his father's son. Just then, a man arrived informing him to take care of the situation on the first floor, further questioning the difference in Nox's behavior from the rumors they had heard. The man even believed the elder brother was different, as he had graduated but had less information than his younger brother who had just read books and possessed knowledge. Grain immediately ordered that man to take care of the bandits, as he was not going to pay them for free for asking him to report immediately if Nox acted strangely that night. Along with his maid, Nox was seen inquiring about some bottles of different colors while questioning his way of dealing with the monsters. As soon as he inquired, he decided to go on the way to recruit one individual for their team. That character was going to be Alina, a genius potion maker. When they moved, they arrived at a shabby place while covering their robes, and during all that time, Chichu was doubting that someone that talented could be in that village. Actually, everyone had to clear the hidden area to meet her, and Nox was aware of it, so he asked his maid to follow him without any questions. Soon, they arrived at a location where there was light at 110, and they could see a woman drinking a beer bottle, emptying it, wearing some shabby clothes with long purple hair. She questioned something to herself out loud, which she had not thought of. That girl was terrified when those guys paid her a visit, unable to believe that someone would arrive at such a place. She fell from the chair onto the floor, compromised in position like a total drunkard. Soon, the location was shifted to a better place where Alina was apologizing for not recognizing them. Nox was aware of the information from her, as she was a genius potion maker. He was there to get her flaws and inside information, which reflected that she was a low-ranked spirit image and had a negative rate of drinking. Her harsh behavior was quite problematic for the reputation of the family, and even Jitri, after looking at her current condition, believed that she was not the one who would be hired as a drunkard. There was a little discussion between both of them, and Alina finally questioned the purpose of their arrival. The protagonist instantly asked her to join the team, promising to give whatever she had lost. It looked like the girl understood what the boy was talking about but still denied the offer, because she had something to do at that place. He then took out the trump card and started discussing how her friend was going to be executed in the near future, and those words made the girl stand up, bashing the table. She further told them that if the offer was accepted, there might be a chance they could save her. Once again, he repeated the question and asked if she was ready to join the team. When both of them left, Alina was still thinking about the execution of her friend and the offer of joining them. Her one and only friend was raising a voice against the increasing taxes and the people dying there. She was dragged away for it by the security chief, and while thinking about it, Alina had tears rolling down her eyes because she was unable to rescue her friend on her own. The sister was thinking about the options to save that kid. At the tavern, some individuals were drinking booze and Ron was among them. Finding Grain as an idiot individual pretending to be the order, everyone around them started laughing, and one of the men took an item from the pocket, which they got from the headquarters while swarming around it was enough to get them some higher jobs. He threw it to Ron and Ron caught it with his fingers, claiming that it was surely going to benefit them and reach the position back at the family. Their plan was to hold Grain as a hostage to get the payout, and among them was a man who was shivering after listening to their discussion. He was terrified because they were talking about one of the most influential families in the nation, and others started getting angry with him for not thinking much before speaking up. Ron calmed that man down and pointed to a location to tell him that they were in an area even given up by the imperial family, so they could easily get some money and get out of there because he was sure that the family would not do anything in the emanation surrounded by sand. Everyone was happy with the captain, but that man truly was not because he was afraid of Nox. Ron, while thinking, believed that Nox was a dangerous individual, while the others found it not convincing because he was still a kid at the moment. While every other soldier was laughing, the lights around the place started going out immediately, and darkness spread before they could comprehend the reason behind it. A face covered in blood fat appeared. Upon further interrogation, he came to know that his friend's body was standing beside him with no head on top. He tried to move forward to inquire and then stepped on one of his other men who spat blood. He was terrified by seeing his men falling down and thought there might be some enemies nearby. When he questioned, he found that it was the protagonist, Nox, standing behind him in his sinister form. Ron immediately created a long distance between him and the boy while Nox was just angry to see that there were rats in the army trying to fool the family. Ron tried to play it calm, but the protagonist already knew about him committing misappropriation of funds and using it for personal gain. In the end, Ron had no excuses left. He offered Nox a helping hand to rise high in the family after taking on his own brother. That man was trying to engage in conversation because he wanted his other men to surround him from all sides with swords and daggers. Jitri, on the other hand, was feeling all along since the beginning. She then used her sword aura, which was enough to slice through those foolish men surrounding him without any thought of the consequences they might have to face. As soon as she commanded the others, they all tried to attack him from all sides, but it was of no use as the man was taking care of them with ease using his sword. Ron then decided to interrupt in the battle and used his sword at that moment. His complete body was covered with a blue aura, and the other man was quite confident that the protagonist would not be able to dodge or block it. As soon as that clash was released from Ron, others realized that it was his southern sword technique. While the protagonist didn't even flinch and waited till the arrival of the attack, he was totally disappointed in all of them and then clenched his sword, easily destroying that attack with a single touch, reflecting the same on the status screen, shocking the man who delivered it. Ron was out of words, and so were his other subordinates. While the others tried to speak, the protagonist mercilessly took his head off and then proceeded further to reach Ron. As the sword had consumed the Southern Soul technique, it had succeeded in learning it, and for that moment, the protagonist's body was covered in blue aura. It looked like Nox was waiting for him to use it, and he had finally gotten what he was wishing for. He was about to use the same attack, but the moment he closed his eyes, he started wondering who the geniuses were with that question. He found himself in a completely lost place surrounded by white walls. As he moved forward, he saw himself on a white screen and tried to answer it with different approaches, including someone who reached a higher level, which most people could not. As soon as he answered, the screen completely broke as he was still in search of the correct answer to what it really meant to be a genius. Coming back to the present, he loaded the attack with sufficient power and then delivered it to those guys, which was enough to take them out. The other men stood there getting back on the floor. All they could do was scream for help while Ron couldn't even move. He was terrified that something that took him more than 10 years to learn was learned by the kid in just a few minutes. The protagonist approached him with his sinister eyes, and he, terrified again, tried to distance himself, warning that he wouldn't get away if something happened to him. Nox wasn't even flinching with those fake warnings. He closed the distance between him and the man while asking him to be silent as he was assassinating. There would be no one left behind to tell the tale, so it would surely look like an assassination. As he delivered the final blow, the protagonist was holding a smile on his face, killing the man. Somewhere inside the tavern, we could see the girl, Lena's friend, being held against a wall, and the chief inspector questioning why she wasn't able to be sold to the nobles. He continuously harassed her with slaps and was unable to break her heart of stone. Her markings only made the man go even more crazy, and that lady had the guts to spit on his clothes right away. He went much angrier and then slapped her hard on the cheek for threatening her to be sold to a black market. That lady then went back into a flashback, remembering how her teacher used to tell her that she didn't possess the talent in alchemy. Actually, that lady didn't possess any talent in any of the fields, including alchemy, sports, and others. However, Lena was much stronger in those fields, living in the countryside. Not supposed to be her teacher had been continuously planning to take that girl out of the orphanage, and she, being a genius, was believed to not be from that city. Despite her appearance and the knowledge she possessed, Lena never ever reacted with an attitude when anyone called her to play around. Whenever she went, it was the only reason she had decided to sacrifice herself on her behalf. Keeping all those thoughts in mind, she further went on mocking the guy, sticking her tongue out. The amount of slaps the lady received was unbelievable, and at the moment when she was about to get the final one, it was stopped as someone interrupted. When the man moved behind, he saw the protagonist, claiming that Lena wouldn't be happy if her friend was injured. While presenting, Nox immediately declared that the man had committed a crime by the law of the imperial family and should be executed. He then informed the man that his companion, Ron, was already dead. Upon reconfirming from the man that he came alone, Tegan shrugged, claiming it was a bit too much and that he couldn't defeat him alone. With that command, he took out his sword and called up the soldiers who were hiding inside, instructing them to kill at once. Those soldiers appeared while the protagonist opened his eyes and used Hour of the Genius, slowing everything down, and then simply passed by all of them, slicing and cutting their lives in 5 minutes. He was left with 4 minutes and 55 seconds more of the time, and then used a potion to pour inside the mouth of the lady who had been beaten up. As she went to sleep, he gave her his name, and the man, Tegan, was just terrified to see that all of the soldiers had been taken down. The moment he tried to attack the protagonist, he fell right on the floor and then realized that his legs had already been sliced off during the Hour of the Genius attack. He thought his death was around the corner as Nox stood in front of him completely cold, and he couldn't believe he lost to a kid. The protagonist once again questioned what it really meant to be a genius, as that man lay helpless on the ground with his sword pointing at him. At any moment it could be used to take his life away. Before meeting his death, even that man thought about his previous life and remembered his father, who was the head of the mercenary group and one of the most respected persons in the village. Tegan, being a kid, always wanted to be like him, but his father, on one hand, was gaining respect from the village while harming his own family and the mother to show his power. He believed that the only reason he was being respected and paid respect was because of his strength, as with his strength he could do anything. When Tegan reconfirmed that his father was the strongest man in the nation, his thoughts were brought down as he believed that there were much stronger people than him outside the continent. His father wanted his son to be much stronger because it was the only way to survive in a continent under war. Before his death, he noticed that Nox was one of the people his father had mentioned and praised the talent he possessed. The protagonist did not show any kind of mercy and ended the life of that man instantly by plunging his sword into his heart. Both the protagonist and the dead lady then reached Alina's place where she was sitting, thinking. At that moment, she saw the face of May. She immediately rushed and hugged her out of friendship. Both of them shared a heartfelt reunion, with tears flowing through their eyes. May realized that being selfish was never fruitful, as she could not do everything by herself. Alina wanted to meet Nox, but he was busy wrapping up things, while the maid believed that he was headed to have some heart-to-heart conversation with his brother back at the inn. Grain was waiting for the arrival of Ron. But there arrived an unexpected visitor in the form of Nox, asking for a moment to chat because it was something important. Grain did not pay any attention to it as he was not ready. But then again, he faced the anger of his younger brother, who turned sinister and demanded an instant discussion. As the scene turned back to the main man, it was seen informing the head of the family that the young master had purged corruption inside the city and was asking for a reward for his accomplishment. Actually, no one had ever been interested in taking care of the corruption at that place, as there was no benefit coming out of it. Since the place was crucial for the imperial family, as it held the monsters and breaking it would allow them to reach the center, the imperial family had invested a lot of money for protection. However, it was a place that could not be abandoned and people believed the wasteland had no value. The butlers showed concern about handling a large number of bandits at once, including Ron's bandits, which was much worse. However, their father believed that they must handle such little things in order to be called part of the family, and they had already been protected by the Black Sword Knights as security. After reading the complete letter, his father came to know what his son's true intentions were. Actually, Nox was asking for the command of the wasteland, claiming his rights as the youngest son of the family if not succeeded. Theo immediately accepted the offer without much thought as he was ready to let Nox take the command by himself. The order was understood by the butler, who was ready to send the letter to the Empire to begin talks. Theo was really understanding what his son was planning but was confused about the endgame. When Nox informed his brother about the plan involving Ron and Tegan, he started trembling in fear. He was totally disappointed in them. He was turning more and more serious. Realizing that the one he had kept under him was a snake changing his thoughts, He looked at his brother and then realized that Nox was really trying to mess with him at that moment. In order to become a knight, Grain believed that he had to clear the mission and then accept the offer. Nox then finally presented the offer where he demanded all the command of the soldiers under him, to which Grain agreed instantly. In exchange for the guarantee of his life and the outcome, Nox evaluated his brother's presentation for two demands: life and the outcome. At that cost, Grain was ready to offer Nox mineral rights and control over large mines. It looked like Nox had gotten everything he had dreamed and demanded for. So before heading out, he threatened his brother not to do anything rash. Back at Alina's place, she was busy making some potions which she had never made before, and it looked like all of them had heard the plans, which they believed were too dangerous. The protagonist had planned to kill Griffin, and the dangerous level of the mission was agreed upon by the other two girls. Instantly the protagonist was not flinching in his thoughts, but he was aware of the wellness of those guys, as they were not aware that he was willing to take some life force through it. Everyone decided to work hard to arrange the things he had demanded, and then finally he came up with a plan of how they were going to execute it. Actually, it had always been impossible to kill it with normal methods and had always been the stagnant water gamers who were defeated. The plan was in motion, and those girls were paying the most attention in the end. Every one of them understood what the master wanted to accomplish. His only intention and purpose for killing the Griffin was to get the highest level of reward, which he would achieve afterward. The plan was going to start the next day, and on that day he fed Carr with his favorite dish, commanding him to be the best that day, to save his own life and his master's too. The next day it looked like the stampede from the monsters had already begun, and the protagonist was looking at them from the top of the wall. He commanded the soldiers, telling them they had one chance. He was having a different kind of feeling at the moment, and still, his maid was a bit more concerned about taking on such a huge danger. Nox just gave her a bright smile and told her confidently that he was not going to die. It was enough to motivate her. He was the first to step inside the battlefield, and using his sword, he deflected and threw a potion at the iron golem. As soon as the potion dissolved, he sliced open the golem with a single attack, and the others were also caught in it. He made all of those monsters his stepping stones and moved forward by plunging and swinging his sword with great force. Just then, as most of the monsters were taken down, their path to the Griffin opened, which he had been waiting for since the beginning of the battle, and he was astounded to see it. Others watching the battle unfold were totally astonished, and Elena was up front, unable to believe there was a knight who could fight at that level. Others were also astonished, including me, wondering what kind of place he had survived in and what family he belonged to. Jitri informed them that it was one of the most prestigious families, famous for sportsmanship, and she further went on blaming that Nox was one of the most talented candidates. Those words brought a headache to Grain, while Jitri raised questions behind the reason his master was not paying attention to the rumors. Now, everyone had thoughts in their minds that he still had reasons, and it was agreed by the others. Between the conversation of the girls, they all decided to keep their lips sealed and not reveal anything at that very moment. They all heard the growl of the Griffin from above and were terrified. Grain was unable to believe that his brother was willing to fight it while he was already engaged in it. The protagonist was managing to deliver attacks while defending his own body through his dearest ones. Grain then took command of the soldiers, telling them they needed to deliver the attack when the distance between them and the Griffin was close. All of them understood it. The huge row was finally loaded, and as the Griffin approached, it asked for its release. That arrow was pinpointed to the Griffin, and it somehow managed to slice it, making it fall to the ground. Nox had already planned to use the potion to neutralize its fighting ability, and then he consumed the metallization potion to temporarily increase his stamina. He had already made all the preparations while commanding his brother to take charge of the soldiers. When he showed a little doubt, he ordered him to fight on the ground. Terrified, his brother agreed to it, and he was useful in launching a huge arrow attack. The protagonist was ready to prove himself as he was about to fight the Griffin once again. The Griffin rose high in the air, trying to escape from it. Something like this was not possible as it was having some impact due to the potion, and it once again fell to the ground, unable to fly away. The protagonist slowly approached it while telling it that being a huge high-level monster, it would not be able to get through. That's why the arrow, which sliced open its wings, was loaded with tons of poison to restrict its movement. Completely enraged, the Griffin tried to attack him, and the protagonist immediately used his hour of genius skill to slow things down, creating 5 minutes to end the battle. At that moment, the pressure he himself was feeling was different from the game, but he was happy that the skill had been activated, and he was sure he wasn't going to die in those 5 minutes. He started delivering lashes through his sword, hard enough to create a bloodbath, and then commanded his elder brother for the next attack. Grain was boiling with anger while following those commands but was left with no other option. He once again launched huge arrows at the griffin's wings, making it fall to the ground. Finally, the time arrived when the protagonist decided to put an end to it, and for that, he took out his sword, fed it the mana required to deliver the attack, called upon the Black Execution, and then rushed forward to deliver the final attack with his sword. In the first strike, he sliced off Griffin's leg, making it bleed, and in the second strike, he sliced it from the middle with ease, cutting Griffin into 2 and leaving it helpless. They ended the hour of genius and those 5 minutes, and seeing that other monsters were terrified, it had no other option than to run away. It was the protagonist standing still on the battlefield, taking and collecting praises from the others. With that, he had gained 60 days of life, increasing his lifespan from 122 to 179 days. Every other individual standing on the wall was happy, and it was a good feeling for sure. Grain was the one who could not gulp all those events, turning out right on his face as he had seen the complete battle unfold and the high-level monster accepting defeat before it was actually defeated. Such a battle was a true example enough to say that the man was capable of taking over as the successor of the family, and so, as he himself wanted to be on the right side, he took command of moving the body of the griffin inside, giving Nox the chance to distribute the loot. Grain asked his younger brother to take a rest while moving inside. Giving him an understanding that his older brother was truly terrified, he inquired about the item he had obtained from the battle. The first item was revealed to be the griffin's heart, which would help increase or decrease stats as per the requirement if an elixir was created from it. He handed over that item to Alina, who was sure she could create something out of it, though the protagonist was more concerned with how long it would take for such a creation. Tools were not that efficient, so it would surely take time. As they made their way out, the protagonist made an offer for both of them to be hired as servants of the noble family. They showed little doubt about it, but the protagonist turned it down, telling them that they possessed something much more useful, and it was not valuable at all. If they were comers or nobles, he was ready to give even his help, knowing that only Alina, a genius in alchemy, could use the item efficiently. Those girls immediately agreed to pay their dues with their lives when needed, and that answer was liked by them. He finally obtained 2 genius characters in one go and then moved out of the place, telling them to get ready within 3 days for departure, while the creation of the Alexander would be postponed until then, which would be created back at his own place secretly as they moved outward. His maid confirmed that he was totally different from what she had heard of. She had seen the side of selfishness in him, but was keen on making a promise at that moment. That promise was to accept the help of the lady at the time of need, on the day when he required her the most. The protagonist agreed instantly and then asked her to get inside as it was already turning chilly in the nation. Things turned out completely different when they arrived inside. Nox was lying on the ground due to fever, and that event clarified who was most ill-mannered and careless. All the sickness was caused by his negative trait of being terminally ill, which was not liked by him. As the scenes turned, they finally arrived back at the place and were welcomed by the butler, who reconfirmed if those 2 were the new servants accomplished by Master Nox. There were talks amongst the cities about him bringing girls too frequently as a pervert, but none of them could speak out loud because all of them wanted to live long. Nox decided to play along with the game and then acted more abruptly toward the citizens, giving them a star look as if they were good-for-nothing individuals. As soon as he arrived, he got the information that the head of the family immediately wanted to meet him privately. He immediately made himself present to Theo, and paid him the respect he deserved. He was sure there was an important exchange of information between father and son, and father went first for it. Theo was aware of all the events that had unfolded during the expedition, and he reconfirmed that even his elder brother had praised him. The words from his elder brother were of the most value, as the protagonist himself had never imagined something like that happening. Theo then came back to the right topic and discussed how he had cleared an important matter and brought honor to the family. He was ready to keep his promise and then offered Nox whatever he had proposed. There was a seal of the imperial family, which stated that chasers belonged to him. From then on, Nox thanked his father for the generosity, but it looked like his father still had many things to discuss at the moment. Out of nowhere, Theo brought up the topic of handing over his own seat to the youngest of the family. Those words were unexpected by the protagonist, and he was not able to understand the reason behind such an act on the other side of the nation. News arrived that a man had killed the griffin, and the nation of chasers had been offered to the youngest son of the Reinharber family. Without wasting a second, a man commanded his subordinate to prepare for war. Actually, he believed that the family had lost something most valuable, and there was nothing more to lose. As that old band proceeded, he took a little girl beside him to tell her that the time had arrived, and it was time for her to awaken and take hold of the nation. Back at the family mansion, the protagonist still was not able to forge the answer he needed to give when they were interrupted by the advisor. Telling him that it was too early to answer the question, the head of the family did not flinch and kept the question open for the man. The advisor again interrupted, telling them that it was not the right time for him to be handed over the position. These interruptions were raising the temperature for Theo. Finally, Nox spoke up and denied the position, giving the reason that he was responsible for something he had done which he should not have. There was a little exchange of words between both of them, and the father finally decided to wave it off for the moment, telling him that he needed to be on his guard, as human beings would always test him. The protagonist then took his leave and reached directly to one of the trusted maids, telling her that it was nothing, and that he had just been called for a talk. Accommodation for the other two maids had already been taken care of, and he was billing that all four of them should reside alongside each other, helping each other. He praised Jitri for doing the best in the business, and she too thanked him for the praise. Now the time had finally arrived when he had to visit the Eldian Academy to become the best in the place. Inside the chamber of the head of the family, the advisor was still stuck on advising that it was too early to make such a huge decision. Meanwhile, the head of the family was criticizing him, saying that the eyes possessed by the youngest son were already telling that he had decided his future. Theo had somehow read the mind of that individual, and came to know that he was afraid of death at that moment, but was unable to understand the true reason behind it. The advisor believed that whatever happened to the madam was the real reason behind it, and to some extent even the head of the family agreed. He himself was covered in grudge for not being able to save his own mother. Once again, the memory of the darkest night, where his eldest son was demanded to accept the power of the Grand Duke, flashed in front of Theo. On the other side of the story, Talia was getting ready in front of Emma, confirming her looks. She was looking pretty confused about what kind of dress she should wear that day, as she was excited for her admission to the Eldian Academy. Emma believed that her excitement was because she was going to meet the young Master Nox after a long time, and those words somehow made the girl blush. Since then, the protagonist paid a visit to Alina's experiment room to find her completely pale with dark circles under her eyes. Before discussing anything, he reconfirmed if she was doing well. It was Jitri who was sure of taking care of her because she always used to get lost when concentrating on something. The elixir was finally completed, and when the protagonist took a look at it, he found that it had great effects and was a high-level product. Since it was made by one of the geniuses in alchemy, the effects were raised by 200%, and it was the wind on which the protagonist's plans were set from the beginning. The huge impact on the stats through that elixir was something to behold, and it was one of the rare items with such great potential. He immediately praised her for the task and then turned to face them with a sky-blue aura emitting from him. With that, all preparations for the family were complete, and it was time for them to move to the Eldian Academy with some high stats, great active and passive skills, and the activation of the sensitive genius skill. Not so long after, they reached the Eldian Academy. Nox was properly dressed as a noble, and as soon as he arrived, there was already talk about him. Everyone called him a troublemaker, and the protagonist decided to play his role, calling them all dogs at once. None of them liked such a compliment and walked off from the place. Just then, another carriage arrived, and Emma came out of it. The protagonist immediately activated his acting genius skill, and Emma called out for her to get out of the carriage as Master Nox was waiting. She gently, while blushing on the face, came out of the carriage, and the protagonist saw her. He had heard something that was not supposed to happen. It was Ron who had informed him about the marriage being planned between him and Talia, but the protagonist was not aware of it at first. She gently greeted the boy while he just looked away, acting abnormally. Jitri called that lady his fiancée, which made the protagonist grow unsettled at those words. Talia, on the other hand, tried to continue the conversation, but the protagonist was not interested. As the third carriage arrived, it was a much bigger one, and the protagonist realized that the Genius Academy finally arrived. She was introduced as Eleanor de Rivellin, and she recognized those guys at once. Actually, that girl already held huge hostility against the old Nox. She was the noble who always looked down on him and had never imagined meeting him at this location in such a state. The place from where Eleanor belongs is the family who could even move a continent through their wealth. That is why her nickname was the Fox of Wealth, and their earlier meeting was at the moment when both of them were children. Back then, Nox and his previous self tried to mark that lady as someone who attained her position just because of money, and due to that, she had to face criticism from everyone standing at that place. Since it was the doing of the previous Nox, the current Nox truly had to face it. Those two were the characters who would end up plunging the sword into their hearts at the end of the story. Eleanor believed that Nox was not his true self, as he was really not the one who to hear the truth from others. He tried to play such a role, but it looked like he was really acting, and Eleanor was impressed by it. She was not at all interested in getting anything from him or the family, and before heading forward, the protagonist decided to look into her traits. Achievements were quite few, but she had the main element of win with some traits of calculation, genius and acting genius, along with some negative traits of pride, vanity, and the Northern Sword technique about the Rivellin family. Their middle name, D, was brought by Clarkson, a merchant. She finally decided to leave on not so good terms. For sure of that moment there was a change of banter between both of them, and they both finally said goodbye. They decided to head for the Eldian Academy admission ceremony. Finally, the most awaited moment was going to begin in the life of the protagonist. Inside the academy there were children from various reputable families. While some of them were useful and could be recruited, there were also some of the strongest characters he needed to approach carefully, as he believed that a lot of people were looking towards him. His mate agreed to that observation. Talia believed that most of the eyes looking at him were filled with hostility, and then arrived the most awaited person in the corridor room. It was a small child holding a chocolate in her hand, praising everyone. While everyone was surprised to see her small size, none of them was able to understand the reason behind her presence. While the protagonist was aware that she was a total monster, not to be judged by her age or race. Her name was Noah, and she had several achievements and good traits. Noah introduced herself as the newly appointed dean of the academy, and she further threatened them not use the word small in the area or the one speaking would die. The ceremony finally started, and as one of the members raised a question about the rules, she acted in accordance, stating that whatever rules she made would be called rules in the place. With her anger, there was a magic circle created beneath all of them as she teleported them to a place, wishing for them to return. It was the time when the admission test was finally about to start, and the protagonist decided to survive anyhow to emerge victorious. All of them were teleported to a forest where someone was already waiting for them, asking them to get up on their feet. He was not happy to see them sleeping in front of him. The only one standing among all of them was Nox, who had really taken a toll on his body due to the forced teleportation magic. He immediately recognized the man standing in front of him, bald-headed, shining like a star with a story behind him. He had long hair in his younger years, which had all fallen out due to battles, and he was given the nickname Bald. The protagonist immediately activated the genius in front of him, so there would be no other concerns, while the man threatened the boy enough to raise any doubts. Full of thoughts in his mind as he could read it all, the man was ready to tell them about the admission test. But before that he asked them to cover up their ears as they needed to raise all of the sleeping yards at once. As the protagonist did so, the man created some sonic waves and rose all of them from the ground. While some of them tried to abuse the one who did so, the man hit them on the head, making them remember that it would create problems if something like that happened again. One of them was the bald-headed teacher, making them go crazy if anyone tried to mock him for his baldness. Every one of them was terrified with the demeanor that man was holding, not waiting any further. He asked the students to move along with him while carrying the others who had not woken up yet, and for the first time they were going to be taught about LD Academy as an introduction. The hero summarized while looking at the man that the island Nonveg, all of them were summoned to, was filled with terrified monsters, including some which are not even from the same domain, and in return they will be rewarded with the crystals which will fall after those monsters will be killed. In short, the less mana that will be available within the jewel, the more value it would be, and it was only Nox who was able to understand why there was an inverse relationship between both of them, as the individuals in front were looking for two things in a student for the admission test, which includes the mana sensitivity, which was already tested at the moment Nox got up after being teleported to the forest by the Dean. And the second target of the officials was to check their ability to sense even a little amount of mana around themselves. As such skills will be pretty much useful in war, he moved on to explain about the location where they were teleported, as it was a labyrinth created by the Dean herself, which was filled with numerous monsters, some of the caliber the students did not even think of fighting. Keeping the same in mind, that bold teacher allowed those students to go into groups, and the conversation among the hurdles started at once. Everyone was granted a weapon in hand, and out of nowhere, a sword and other useful weapons appeared into the hands of the students, while the bald teacher limited the maximum number of individuals in a team to 8. Everyone was stunned and was looking at each other to find which move will be the best as the next step, while the bald man just headed to the top in order to wait for them to choose their own team. There were still a lot of questions from the students for which they needed a good answer. While some were just even terrified of the teleportation magic till now, none of them had made a move in order to create a team, and while the girls were looking to find some of the reliable men, a maid raised her hand asking for companions in order to assist the princess. Everyone was trying to give whatever they had on their plates in order to survive the battle, while one was giving the name of the family, and amongst all of them, the only individual deciding to walk away alone was Nox, who left the hurdle behind and walked diagnosed, was walking while using his inner lunatic to understand that the forest was not a place where normal tactics were going to work. So in order to gather a huge amount of knowledge and to get rid of his terminally ill situation, he decided to walk off alone, having confidence that he will be able to do so. The complete movement was being witnessed by the teacher from the top, who was wearing his hat this time in order to hide his baldness and was pretty concerned to find a new student who had survived the Dean's teleportation magic, as well as decided to go alone by himself without hesitation on his face. That man had a lot of questions in his head, yet he decided to get the answer from the boy himself, willing to find what he was really capable of. On the other hand, Nox had already walked his path and had sliced lots of monsters on his way, using his sword without breaking a sweat to shred them, collecting the crystals he wanted to. It looked like someone was telling our protagonist from the beginning, and it was revealed to be a girl. On the other hand, another group had already tied up with each other, and they were slicing off the monsters with their weapons while Talia was thinking about Nox as her plan was to move alongside him. It looked like she had lost concentration, and so her companion scolded her in a loud voice to remind her of the duty of protecting the princess with her own life. Soon, the intermediate battle was completed, and the princess was holding the mana crystal in her hand, while her companion reminded her that the crystal was not of the highest level because she was expecting much better from the Dean, who was one of the 4 sages. The princess realized the same, however. She immediately turned her face down and was looking pretty worried to see the conditions of the individuals walking alongside her, as every one of them was already exhausted with the battle they currently had. Her companion was worried too, as she was still willing to fulfill her promise to make the princess reach the highest level because she was aware that the empire from where the lady comes from is already rotten, and she was the only one who could take it to new heights once again, and before that she was willing to do whatever she could. Talia calmed the princess, telling her that she was good, and both of them decided to move further, and the princess decided to give it a thought too. It looked like her intention was not at all to move forward, however. Due to the suppressing pressure of the elder brother, she decided to move forward until none of them was going to be able to walk. On the other hand, Nox had already reached a part of the labyrinth where it was pretty cold. As the complete place was covered with thick ice immediately, the terminally ill issue decided to hit him with several others, making his magic effects decrease to a significant level. It looked like he was already aware, so without wasting a second, he clicked his fingers in order to ignite a little fire, and as soon as the firewall appeared, he got a little warmth from it, and again the status window appeared, telling him that most of the penalties from the cold had already been wiped off. His intention was clear. In order to get his body moving throughout the period, he needed to remove the penalties inside himself first, and with that thought he started marching forward, seeking the top. The more he walked, he got to understand that it was all the power of the Dean which had formed such thick ice, and even though the top of the mountain was visible, it was pretty hard to reach due to its thickness. Nox then decided to inspect even further to find out what was the real condition around himself, and as soon as he used the magic, he came to know that the complete place was formed by magic and eaten. Every content was consumed by mana, even the living organisms as well as the monsters residing in the place were made by mana, and that thing raised a question: what was the capacity held by the Dean? Nox still was not even budged a bit, and with a grand smile on his face, he decided to move forward without thinking of it as a problem. Just a few minutes later, when he reached an intermediate part of the ice labyrinth, he found some huge monsters standing in front of him. While the boy held a sword in his hand, thinking about the ice trolls, who are some notorious monsters, and even though it was quite harsh, they were no match for Nox. One of the ice trolls tried to attack him instantly from above while he dodged the attack soon, and another one tried to swing his weapon from the back of his head, and Nox somehow managed to get the innovation and do the same while ducking against the attack. For the third one, Nox was standing firm on his location, and he blocked the attack using his sword without dropping a sweat and realized that it was the true intention of the Dean. Why she was pushing him this much further, as such a test was not made for ordinary students who had not even reached the ice labyrinth. The trolls were not something which could be handled by some mere ordinary students who had not the sufficient amount of mana to face them, and he was trying to find the answer. What were the real intentions hidden behind the same? While he was battling those ice trolls, still a lady was following him at that time, and he, on the other hand, had already understood the kind of attack four of the trolls were making. While the first one was delivering a vertical hit, and the second one was delivering a horizontal one standing from one corner to another. The third and the last one was using the stab attack, and it was the weakest in terms of power, and with that understanding, Nox was ready to take them down with a smile on his face, and he did the same without wasting any more time. He started slicing those monsters in the way they were attacking him from the beginning, and then ended the life of the third one with a stab in the belly, deciding to leave their blood-covered bodies onto the floor. Having no mercy, then he bent over to pick up the gray stone, which was recovered from the body of one of the trolls, and he received it. He was not bothered about any other, as it was the most precious one, which can be exchanged for the scroll of hour of the genius, and he had the intention to strengthen his skill. As it was the most important one, the third group, the group led by Eleanor, was thinking that they were among the top in their peers, and everyone was happy with that achievement. Eleanor, on the other hand, was also aware that whatever they had achieved was sufficient enough to get a good result. Still, there was a kind of uneasy feeling inside herself when she saw that her rival, Nox von Reinharber, decided to go by himself without having any second thought. Her past memories started to surface inside her head, where a man was scolding her for getting into trouble or quarreling with the young master of the Reinharber family. The man was trying to teach the lady that he wanted her to take the family to new heights, as his true intention was to reach the top, while he was not even paying attention to the tears of the lady with that overload the man was giving her. The lady had realized that the man in front, even being her father, had never thought of her as a daughter, and before she could reveal what the true characteristics were, she started to wonder about the young master and his appearance to attempt the test alone, and started wondering what his real regards might be. After thinking of it all, she gave a proposal once again to everyone in the group and told them that if anyone would decide to walk even further, then they would be rewarded even more handsomely. While everyone heard of it, chatter started to begin between the group, who were concerned about being injured and moving further to give account to the same. Eleanor gave a bright smile to inform them that it is the basic rule of life, where they will get higher rewards if they were willing to choose higher risk. It was a grand offer, and some of the students accepted it without having a second thought for the reward. Eleanor was ready to give up money, whatever is required, to find out what Nox was really doing in the back. Nox, on the other hand, was still in the ice labyrinth. His intention was to get some higher rewards by traveling alone, and it looked like he had succeeded in the same. He was well aware that in order to increase his strength with the hour of genius, he needed to unlock the skill of agility, and he was ready to even call her for attention if something like that was his true intention. Out of nowhere, he felt a sudden movement as a knife rushed towards himself, and he slashed away with his instant reflex, and then started to wonder who really was able to reach there before him. It was the same man from before named Para, who had no expectations to meet the guy in such a place. It was quite surprising even for Nox to have a meet with him in such a location, as it should not be happening because the man standing in front of him was having some nice status and traits with exceptional skills alongside, and he was one of the strongest characters and inner lunatic, as well as one of the 3 sword emperors. As per the real story, that man was bound to fight Nox in the chapter in order to protect Eleanor, who was going to fall into danger. However, before he could comprehend even further, he was given no time and the man again tried to attack him, which was giving some feeling that the attack was again blocked by Nox using his sword, and still the man was searching for Nox who was going to fight him. Then he asked the boy to hand over the stone he was carrying at the moment, and somehow he did not like that, as his temper reached a top of anger hearing that. Nox then decided to get into a battle alongside him. Realizing that Nox he was waiting for was not existing in the story anymore, he just realized that he was going to win the place where he needed to stop the man right there, and out of nowhere he even asked Para to not mess up with the story. Para was completely blank with the declaration. Still, he had some bad intuition from him since the beginning. He was the only one who was using the sword perfectly revealing his intentions. Para once again asked the boy to hand over the sword and work to his side without having any trouble, while he was already aware that it was the black crystal, which was going to give them the highest reward. In case the boy was going to refuse, Para was ready to do whatever it takes to have it in his hand. After waiting for a little more while, Para understood that Nox was not going to hand him over that thing anyhow. He was well aware that the boy was already growing to reach the top, but his skills were not at their best, and he was pretty confident that he would win the battle if he used the Hour of Genius skill. However, he just could not use it right away. And on the other side of his head, he was also thinking that he needed to save Eleanor from the danger which she was going to face if Nox was not going to exist. Nox then decided to hit the man on the weakest part of his nerve to tell him that he was not the only one aware about his secret, and went on to tell him that his true intention was to find the reason behind his master's death. While saying those words, he even raised the black sword to his neck, and somehow with that declaration, Para was not happy, and his face changed instantly. The group led by Eleanor had already reached the icy labyrinth part. However, before that, the group led by the princess was already on the top. She had intuition since the beginning that Eleanor was surely going to make it. Eleanor, on the other hand, bowed in front of the princess to tell her that she was not going to get into her way. However, her intentions were something different. She wanted to find the truth behind it all. The battle was already going on between Para and Nox, who were facing each other with great intensity, and Para was delivering every blow with the intention to kill. It looked like the group was already witnessing the fight between both of the characters, and the princess had decided to not participate in such a senseless battle, as it would surely be their demise in case they interrupted. She wanted both of them to take one down, as in case both of them started to work together it would be dangerous. The lady understood the true reality and then, without flinching on her feet, decided to follow the orders. Eleanor was surprised, as the young master she heard of was a good-for-nothing individual. So the question stands, how had he become that strong? The battle was still going on between both of them, and as the friend of Nox was viewing the battle while being worried, Echidna interrupted to tell her that she had never expected Para, one of the destroyers of the East, was going to be among the new students, and then went on to tell them the man was identified to be the Grey Wolf, an individual who, from a young age, was famous for eliminating numerous bandit groups in the East. Echidna was also surprised to see Nox having a new light, as she had never expected him to be yet skilled, because he was just a lustful guy having only perverted thoughts. The lady in red hair tried to bring down her thoughts and then ended up in the trap of knowing that much about the guy. In the battle, Para was fighting while having anger on his head, due to which he was wavering, which was an unnatural response, understood by Nox, and since Celsus was his only teacher, who used to teach him from his childhood, his death was something which had given the man a great fallback. Finally, Para decided to end up with backholding and then rushed forward to attack even further, activating the acting genius skill. Nox again tried to attack him mentally to tell him that he was not the one who killed his teacher. While saying those words, the boy was holding a smile on his face, and it looked like Para was not happy with it. So he rushed forward without saying any single word and delivered some good slashes against Nox, which were blocked each and every time. Nox soon realized that the boy was just delivering simple techniques, as even after he was a genius, he was still young and had various raw knowledge. Easing on Para, he managed to deliver a kick to the gut of the boy, making him fall back onto the attack. Now, Para sighed a bit, and then again plunged forward with his sword to stab the boy, giving him a challenge to not spout any other word about his master again in the middle of the fight. Nox, on the other hand, had no such intentions. However, his mind changed as soon as he realized that the attack from Para was getting much more intense. Sharp was also aware that in case the boy started using the sword technique of living, his defeat was inevitable. It looked like Para had already started the same technique, which made him one of the three emperors, and with that, it was Nox who was falling back with sudden attacks. Nox then decided to hit him onto the second weakest nerve to tell the boy that he was fully common or not ready to accept his true position. and Para gave the counter that it was just a noble who had made the place that much shittier since the beginning. In the midst of the battle, they were getting into the conversation, telling each other that none of their talks was having meaning in the situation. And when Nox realized that he was falling back, he gave an offer to the boy to listen completely about his teacher before ending the battle, like he was doing all that in order to stick to the time of the clock at 9 p.m. because it was the time when Eleanor was going to be attacked by the monster. 2 minutes were left, and the conversation was moving ahead with Para trying to get the information after giving a slice to the boy, while the noble was taunting him to stay back or else it would be much worse in his common situation. Para was worried about the audience standing behind, having the view, while Nox was ready for the last move. Para immediately rushed forward to block his confidence at once. However, Nox had a different plan, and he used the Hour of the Genius skill to activate his swift movement, something which Para had never expected. The boy was aware that every second was very much crucial for the life of Eleanor, so he dodged Para completely, and while Eleanor was lost in thought of how he managed to do that, there was something which tried to attack her from behind. It was a black shadow, and before they could realize what its true form was, a night wraith came from underground to attack the lady. While the lady was sure that she could not dodge it, as the monster was trying to attack her from above to get her killed, Eleanor was pretty scared at the moment, and she decided to close her eyes to meet her demise. Something unexpected happened, as when she opened her eyes after a few moments while finding herself in the current world, she saw that it was Nox who smashed away that night wraith with one attack, calling it a pathetic sight. Eleanor was pretty confused. Why did Nox go so far in order to save her, while Nox just mocked the lady for not being able to defeat a single monster while walking into the ice labyrinth? There was a natural response in the eyes of Nox, as he had never expected that a monster like that was going to appear in the Dean's Labyrinth, which was not really supposed to be. He was aware that the man behind it was Nox, who had killed Para's teacher, making him involved in this matter, and it was probably because Eleanor was supposed to die of him. However, her personality mellowed down as Nox saved her. Still, none of that was going to make any sense in the story further, as it had already been changed and each and every set of eyes was looking towards Nox. The princess decided to come forward to tell the boy that it was not what he was supposed to say even after saving Eleanor, as it was an abnormal situation. Nox gently greeted her, and she raised all the concerns over the academy, which had decided to make those normal students fight such a high intermediate level monster. Nox decided to interrupt to tell them that there might not be a chance that some of the opponents could be decided beforehand, as it was a part of the test, and it was a direct response which was not loved by Echidna, and she interrupted to remind him that he was talking to the princess, and the only reason he interrupted the battle was because there was something wrong with it. Nox immediately recognized the lady as Echidna, the princess' left hand, and having the nickname Snake of Greed, as there was not a chance that a family like hers was going to get close with his own, as she belonged to a holy one. Without having any second thought, Nox went off to insult even the Holy Family, calling her a Don. From there, and on reconfirmation, he replied positively without any hesitation. While both of them were having their childish quarrel, the teacher from before interrupted, asking everyone to go silent, and he climbed from the top to the bottom with intense speed, to teach all of them a good lesson. He further informed them that all the tests had already been halted, and Nox then showed him the black jewels in his hand. Even the teacher had never expected someone to get so far, and then he praised the boy as he was already full of the prizes. Not waiting any further, the man then declared that the student who will be on the top of the admission test will be Nox, who obtained the black jewel, and the one with the purple one will share the second place together. None of them had any objections. However, the princess came forward to reconfirm if the attack just before from the night wraith was taken into consideration for result determination, as she believed that it must not be the case since none of them had the skills to defeat it, and they would need further clarification on the same. It did not look like the bald teacher was having any concerns in answering the question, who decided to move further into the interrogation and then offered compensation to comfort Eleanor for whatever she went through. The teacher was willing to give Nox also a reward. However, he just denied it and walked from the location, telling them that he was not in need because he had no intentions to get along with Eleanor in any other situation. Furthermore, he had no intentions to show that he stepped into saving the lady. He was ready to avoid any kind of misunderstandings as much as possible. While again, when he decided to move further, he was stopped in between by the Lady Eleanor, who still wanted to know his true intentions behind saving her. At the moment, his skill of acting genius was wavering because of his nervousness, and he acted to tell her that his intention was just to kill the monster while he was in the battle and nothing else. Eleanor had not expected that response, as her face changed quite dramatically towards him, And even though he again decided to move forward, he was aware that he had not done well. The true Eleanor of which he was aware was a lady having cold and calculative decisions. She was the one who had the thought that everything could be bought with money, including someone's devotion as well as love. However, there was a sudden change for sure in the current Eleanor the moment she was heading back into her cabin. She was still thinking about the true intentions of the boy, and the reason why he decided to not take the reward the answer given by Nox was continuously rolling around her head, as she was aware that it was a lie. A boy sitting in front of her in the car decided to remind her what she used to say about him, as he was a good-for-nothing noble. However, it was of no means in changing the perspective of the lady, who was still thinking that the boy had some other reasons behind acting like that. She then decided to look further into it, and the boy was ready to help her with whatever she wanted to. Eleanor instantly denied it, as she was willing to look into it all by herself with no further intervention, as she was aware that they did not want to reveal it further anyhow, as it would not be easy to get off from it at the moment. She was reading a scroll, having some information about something, and with that, the car was moved through its location. In the dormitory of Eldian Academy, Nox was taking a rest while his maid was standing beside him, pretty worried about the condition of the master, as his face was pale, and he was having cold hands and feet. Diagnosed in his head, he was thinking about the true reason behind his change in character, as he still wanted to find Nox of the story, as it was important to know who sent him the message and to recover his memory, because he was not ready to make more unexpected variables while he was thinking of himself as the villain. Something struck his mind immediately, and he stood up from the chair, forgetting that his head was being rubbed off with cold water, as he found a way to do it. Again, that smile came back to his face, because he had found a way to act both as villain as well as protagonist in this world. On the other hand of the story, it moved to a battlefield where numerous monsters were on the floor, and the lady was standing with long hair, holding a sword in her hand. Just then, one of the knights came forward to tell Luna about the demonic humans making the move. They were talking about someone to awaken, and as soon as the conversation ended, Luna was aware about the storm of blood which was going to build over the continent once again. Luna immediately decided to move on with achieving the goal. And when she wore the robe, she was holding a symbol crest. And then both of them walked away from the location after slicing millions of monsters. They were doing all of it in order to destroy the Archive Empire. Nox, going back into his memories, went to the period where he used to play numerous games on his computer while having litter around. He recognized that there was a similarity between the feelings of the gamer who had played a lot of games, that there was a very thin line which separates Nox from the villain. It was the same about Inner Lunatic, where he was standing as a villain on the top while Nox was in the middle, putting him into something which had various overlapping situations with each other. Excluding the boss monster in a labyrinth, each and every villain which was formed in the story had a devastating past that had turned them into their current self, and it was the same with Nox, who had seen numerous deaths in front of his eyes. Some of his loved ones were also slashed, and which is why he decided to come forward and stand against all those troubles. It was only the mentality of those who were watching the story, whether they considered someone a villain or a hero. Thinking of the same, he was walking down the streets in the city while wearing a robe, verifying that it was never the same, that good character and a villain were completely the same, because the villain is always a villain and could never be a protagonist. Nox was aware that he was living in a real life where the place was heading to destruction, and his way to survive in his clothes at the moment was to act both as villain as well as Nox. Walking ahead, Nox reached a location where there was an aura surrounding in front of him, and he realized that it was a different place. Even though he had never thought of risking his life, since he was not left with another choice, he decided to get into a meeting with the greatest villain organization of Inner Lunatic, someone who was willing to take down the Imperial family together. He used his hand to get into that blue light, thinking of going into the lunatic, which was considered to be the code word. Back in the Chamber of Teachers, everyone had gathered with the dean sitting in the middle, and the old man was trying to get into a conversation. The dean was not paying any attention to anything, and the teachers were pretty confused about what really happened during the test, because even the instructor was not ready with the answer. One of them mocked the bald one for his mistake, and he somehow did not like it. The dean was still pouting. However, anger rose, and she broke the popsicle in her hand to tell him to stay within the limits. The teacher decided to play along, acting like nothing had happened, and then decided to continue their discussion where they left off. The dean then told them that she had already informed everyone about the contents, and it was just two of them who had not heard it at the right moment. They could see the angry face behind the lady. The old man understood that the dean was talking about the one monster which arrived to act as an enemy of the academy in the middle of the test. She was aware that whoever had done it was holding the intention to take down the Eldian Academy, as well as the Empire under her eyes. There might be some true intentions behind them. The attack on Eleanor, who was considered to be the star of the finance world, one of them was aware about the answer that it was the same family which contributed around 70 of the merchandise which was rolled around the Empire. While the other was aware that if the target was so pinpoint precise, then it might be true that they had already formed onto the next one. The dean understood the same and then told everyone that they should be ready with the preparations, as they were not aware of what was coming, and it was agreed by each and every teacher sitting around the table in one tone of agreement. It was not the end of the discussion, as the dean came forward on the table to tell everyone that there was one more person who could be considered dangerous, and everyone was waiting eagerly to hear the name of that individual. The lady who was tailing Nox without letting him know of being tailed was someone who was considered by the dean one of the students who was the most talented in the new batch, and someone who could be dangerous. Even the teachers were not aware about it, and they were shocked because they never expected the dean herself to praise someone, as it was the first time that happened to the princess. She clarified that it was none other than Nox, who she acknowledged, while the others were calling that guy a good-for-nothing student. She, after hesitating a bit, walked to a location and told them that the boy might be even stronger than her true self, which meant that Nox was much stronger than the dean. The teachers found it ridiculous, and none of them was ready to believe that whatever they heard was completely the truth. And every one of them was stunned with that declaration. Nox then reached the location, and he entered a bar where the server confirmed if the boy was lost or something to reach the location. Nox realized the true identity of the server and then told him a code in a different manner about cheering the Empire, and since the code was something that both of them were familiar with, the server decided to let him in, as he was aware about the secret code without being bothered by the true intentions of the man behind it. Nox decided to get the introduction beforehand, and man introduced himself as Karen. As Nox moved, he touched some of the bottles and then started counting while picking some of them and then merging each other to create a bluish aura around himself. As soon as he drank it, his body was exposed to high-level magic, and talked about his flow of mana getting reversed. As soon as he was about to be located, he closed his eyes and was feeling a little dizzy. However, something unexpected happened as his sword was pointed to the neck of Nox, not allowing him to move. When the boy turned, he found the same yellow-haired girl Luna standing in front of him, while putting the sword, asking about his true identity. He immediately acknowledged the girl, while the girl was not ready to hear any other word before his introduction, and gave him a little scratch on the neck. Nox acknowledged the leader of the lunatic and then called her one of the 3 sword emperors, whose real face was not known to the world, designating himself to be someone who was ready to serve her. Luna was shocked that the boy was not only aware about the secret headquarters of the organization, also aware about her, so she confirmed his true identity. The boy gently introduced himself with his true name and showed his will to join the lunatic. Since then, switching back to the dormitory where Para was sitting on the window and still was having thoughts about Nox and himself, he was aware that the boy knew something about his teacher's death. Because with the words of the boy, he was aware that Nox was also not thinking that one of the emperors coincidentally lost his life to someone. He had also got a completely different picture against what he used to hear about the youngest son of the Reinharber family. He was also remembering the moment when Nox used his skill of the Hour of the Genius and defeated him while rushing forward to kill that shadow monster. The only understanding he was able to get at the moment was that Nox's information was manipulated since the beginning, and everything about his behavior was a lie. Still, while heading to the bed, he was wondering why such things were formed and forced into a manner, and what were the true intentions behind the family hiding such a precious jewel. Such things shall not be the concern of Para, and he decided to just crush whatever comes into his way. And even if it be a noble, he was not going to hesitate. In the moonlight, the scars on his body were completely visible, and he went back to sleep with some thoughts in his mind. As soon as he closed his eyes, he heard the words of his master, who was telling him about the current change in the scenario of the Empire, where there was the imperial family which was divided into 2, and the current Princess Penelope was trying her best to get over the first prince in the political scene. And it was an instruction given to him by the master to choose a side in order to survive. For him, he was guided to join the academy and decide on which side he should stand. It was the final assignment which was given to him by his master at that time. With those thoughts, his sleep was getting uneasy when the master was telling him that he had given everything whatever he could, and before he could hand him over anything else. His master was backstabbed by an enemy, leaving Nox totally stunned at what happened in the bloodshed. He ran to his master apologizing for leaving first, and all this dream was sufficient enough to raise Para from his bed in fear and anger. A kind of jewel red in color was lighting up in his hand. He just sighed to ask the old man for his disappearance as he was dead already and was interfering in his sleep, walking away from the bed. He was still having thoughts of why a dead man was coming into his mind unnecessarily. On the other hand, the sword was already pointed onto the neck of Nox still when the information about the lady standing in front Luna was revealed. Having extraordinary stats as well as traits and skills in her hand, she was one of the 3 sword emperors, and she was also the one who was standing shoulder to shoulder against knights just at the age of 20, and she was also furious while defeating the monsters with ease, and her sportsmanship was something that could not be caught easily. Nox was there in order to learn her sword techniques before he was going to learn the Black Soul techniques after reaching the level. And for the same reason he was willing to join to show his true self. Luna questioned his true intentions after being ennobled to join a criminal organization, and at the moment the bleeding level 1 had already occurred through his neck by the pinpointing sharp sword. Nox was aware of what you should answer, and he uttered the same word which the lady wanted to hear of taking down the Empire, and before she could raise any other question Nox continued to tell her that in order to do so, they needed to take down the Eldian Academy first, which was under the influence of the Empire. He then decided to take the role of the spy for the criminal organization while Luna was not sure if the boy was competent enough for the task. Nox showed confidence and then agreed for it instantly without hesitation, and with that Luna lowered her sword asking for the name of the bold boy standing in front. He introduced himself with his true name of Nox, and then Luna called for Duff. Her subordinate was already sitting behind to prepare for the lunar trial meet. It looked like Duff had not expected to hear those words, however left with no choice, he decided to go on with the command. He then handed him over a cloth asking him to wear it and follow him, and Nox as commanded did so. He walked into the trial area, and the sun was getting up while Nox was happy that it was going as planned. Duff commanded the boy to go on the top of the elder, kill all the monsters while keeping in mind to not get off the road. He was asking him to follow that command because it was the only way by which he could save himself from facing berserk. Nox was already aware about the reason behind holding on to that robe because the one thing that they were talking about was one of the worst traits, which will give him power in return for him to get crazy. Once he was revealed to that instant, he would not be able to keep his command over the mind, and it was the Crimson Moon of which they were talking about which would make the one getting under it go crazy. There were 2 conditions in order to pass the trial, of which one was to get berserk while standing under the Crimson Moon, and the second was to defeat the monsters that appear while holding on to the robe. There was no prior introduction of how to clear the trial, as no one would like to get into a criminal organization, and because of that it was the truth that none of them was aware of how to pass it. However, Nox was sure that he would be able to do it because he was holding a smile on his face at the moment. Luma interrupted to tell the man that there were only 2 outcomes he could barely think of, where one was in case he clears the trial then he would be able to join the inner lunatic, while the second one was to be a corpse when he was not able to do so after his death. Nox turned at once, however he was having a bright smile on his face and he was ready to face whatever was up front. In order to start the trial he sliced one part of his hand to drop blood onto the floor, and as soon as he did it crimson light emerged from the middle of the area and numerous monsters started to appear in front of him, who are part of the trial. Nox was aware that all of them were on a different level, something which he could not handle as one of them was at least an intermediate triangle. He was aware that there is another way to solve the problem, so he immediately removed the road from his body to get into the light of the Crimson Moon, which was going to help him roll over. Lumina and Duff had never expected that the boy would go this far in order to join. And soon Nox was having his status screen telling him that he could lose his control over the mind due to his exposure to the Crimson Moon, and with that all of his stats were increased by 1.5 times, giving him some extraordinary leverage other than the skills of luck and charm excluded from it. It was a delightful thing to witness as the boy was under the Crimson Moon holding his black sword, achieving some abnormal status and losing control of his mind. The status screen was continuously telling him the same thing, and they arrived at the place where he was completely out of his mind, not having any control over his hand, and the status coming up again and again, telling him about his improvement in stats, skills, and other things. Lumina also had not expected this, and even Duff was not ready to witness it, asking the master to stop it instantly, as he was just throwing his life away. Lumina denied it because she was aware that the boy was not going to hear any warnings, and she was not going to be concerned if the boy died or not. Duff was concerned about his status and his background, as in any case if any harm was provided to him, then his father would not be satisfied and would surely come to the criminal organization anyhow. Luna was ready to make sure that such things would not happen, and while saying that she had a smile on her face because she was aware that the father his subordinate was talking about was not having some fatherly love, and so both of them decided to just focus on what currently was unfolding in front of their eyes to observe what happens, as no one would do such a task without having a plan in mind. Now Nox and the monsters were facing each other while Nox's stats increased quite a fold, and without wasting time those monsters launched forward to attack him. The first one was the dragon, a red in color, which tried to gulp him up in one go while Nox just jumped from the floor without breaking a sweat and then sliced the head of that red dragon with ease. The boy was holding a bright smile on his face, remembering the description of the trial, and it looked like the boy had not lost control of his mind completely, and had the realization that his stats had increased including his body, and also shown significant growth as he was able to hold the sword a little longer. Other monsters also launched forward to attack, and Nox once again sliced their heads and continued to do so until each and every one was going to yell on the floor. Heads of the monsters were dropping on the floor like mere tennis balls, and while Nox himself was having a body built extraordinarily to anyone else, he was holding the sword in his hand waiting for the others to come up. That complete battle was being witnessed by those two standing aside. As soon as Nox remembered about the crimson moon, which would give him one of the worst traits, he rolled around with his red aura and the sword because the intention of using it was from the start, as it was the only way he could win the battle, and it was only possible because of his talent. At the moment he was holding two genius combat skills including swordsmanship as well as mana sensitivity, which had neutralized the crimson moon status ability effect, and at the moment he was having a nice good body as well as control over his mind. His talents were unfair to the others in the world, however, it was only beneficial for him, and when he was aware about it, he jumped into the sky standing in the middle of the crimson moon holding the sword in his hand and was about to deliver the black execution. It was even enough to give him an intense speed of slicing. The monsters had less, and every one of the two standing aside was totally stunned to witness what they were seeing at the moment. The more he was slicing those monsters, the more his life was increasing, because it was just to increase his stats as well as his life. The scenery was one to be witnessed, as those monsters were just looking like vegetables coming in front in order to get sliced by the black sword of the monster standing in between, covered by the crimson moon. Luna tried to speak something, but her command was not clear, so Nox just walked with that declaration towards the lady covered in bloodshed, and then reconfirmed if the trial was over while there was nothing left behind in the form of monsters. It turned out to be a little while ago where Luna was ready to acknowledge the boy as one of the lunatic members, and Duff was also aware that he was the only individual with such a level of control. Luna declared the clearance of the exam and his passing the test. Even so, Nox was not stopping and was slicing the monsters continuously. It looked like he was not having any control, and so she decided to kill the boy instantly. However, it was not easily possible. Nox, as soon as he killed the last monster with his sword, walked out of the arena with no monster left to raise a question against him, and then stood in front of both of the individuals covered in bloodshed. Returning to the present, he was reconfirming if the trial was over. Luna praised his father for raising a monster, and so Duff agreed, while Nox was happy with his mission being succeeded. In the end, with the command of Luna, Duff handed over another robe, which was only given to the noble members of the lunatic, asking him to wear it. The equipment was successfully equipped, and he was recognized to be one of the members of the lunatic. About the information of the same, the status screen told him about the new style of Oath of the Moonlight, which was sufficient to identify the true identity of the membership from the criminal organization. The robe was totally awesome, and Nox liked it the best because it was worth whatever he went through. In front of them, Nox was smiling the bright smile after knowing the true identity of the robe he was wearing, which giving him the skill of Oath of the Moonlight one, which was only active at night and which would multiply his attack power by 12 times. His stats had also increased a bit with the battle he had just gone through, further giving him some high increase in his stat of willpower. Whatever he wanted to achieve had already gained through it. However, Luna was looking a little confused by his sudden change in behavior. His eyes were asking for something else, and Luna read it immediately to some extent. His demand was also natural because he had performed the best in the trials of Luna. Nox was not hesitating even a bit while asking for whatever he wanted, and Luna was also convinced to a lot at calling him a newcomer, wondering about his current behavior lasting long. Luna then turned to Duff in order to ask something, and he gave her a mask out of his robe, and she handed it over to Nox, telling him that it was one of the newest artifacts the Lunar had just achieved in the form of Moon Shadow, one thing which was capable of creating clones, and an artifact which would help in becoming the spy in the eyes of Luna. Nox was looking satisfied with the gift, and it looked like he had planned to get it since the beginning of his arrival. The status screen also showed Moon Shadow, and as soon as he wore it the creational clone was underway, and the reason he was willing to get his hands on it was in order to act both as Nox as well as the villain in the story. He instantly thanked the captain for the gift, and she told him about the 5 ranks in the lunar, which included 3 others besides the vice captain as well as the captain, and then found that he was going to start from rank 3 because he was the first one to arrive. Nox agreed and then was commanded to not do anything until this first mission was granted to him. Nox gently bowed in front of her, and as she left both of them agreed that the child was much more interesting than they had expected, and still the question was in their heads. How was the boy able to get under the Crimson Moon without having any madness, as it was already known to everyone that people who are not geniuses were not able to last even for 5 minutes. Luna was aware that if the boy was able to do so without having any second thought in his head, it meant that he was ready to put his life on the line, and she agreed with that declaration of the master too. Both of them were willing to look forward to how the boy was going to survive further. On the other hand, as Nox left through the way out of the inner Laminic trial, he entered the bar once again, where Karen was impressed with the boy for taking care of the business. Nox was still thinking about the question others would ask. How did he survive under the Crimson Moon? However, he was already aware of the answer, that he was only able to do it because he possessed 2 genius skills at once, including swordsmanship as well as mana sensitivity, or in simple words, he could say that he was the only one who could use the power of the Crimson Moon without having any problem. It looked like the bartender had something to do with him. However, he was not liking that the boy did not introduce himself, and at that moment, with many questions, the same tone gently introduced himself with his full name. Karen was somehow aware about the true strength of the boy, and he was ready to keep up with the pace of the academy, allowing him to enter, asking him to just hide himself in the darkness. He just asked him to any longer, and by that he reached back to his dormitory, having success in progressing with the plan as he had planned. The maid in front was waiting for him all that time, pretty worried about the boy sneaking out without telling or giving her prior information. It was quite surprising for Nox to see her present there, as she had already slept, and the maid again threatened him to inform her every time he was heading out, as it was her hard duty to keep an eye on him and refrain from any more rumors being spread about him. She was willing to remove his bad image from the eyes of the individuals. However, Nox acted like it did not matter to him at all. He gently asked about her day, as she was also taking some lessons at the moment. However, the question turned down the face of the maid, as she was not having a good one. Something really happened, and Nox comprehended that even though some of them were acting like mates, many of them were from the nobles, and it was the perfect time for the commoners to act in such regards, with the nobles trying to bully her in the process. Dimitri was holding all that story inside herself and was not revealing it, so Nox then offered her a pouch, telling her to open it whenever she got into any kind of trouble in the lesson. She gently took it over and was confused about the contents inside it. However, Nox repeated his sentence, telling her that it was an item which would resolve the problem instantly. Her curiosity was at its peak, and she wanted to open the pouch right away. However, such a talk was declined by the master, and she followed the command as instructed. Nox once again repeated the sentence, asking her to open it whenever she found herself in any kind of danger, and with that the staff was clarifying that he had joined the Eldian Academy, and had successfully cleared the first main story, which introduced him to the next mail in the mailbox. He decided to open it right away. As soon as he did so, a fairy-like woman appeared in front of him with 2 wings on both sides, leaving him pretty confused about what just happened. Again, a strange voice started echoing in his ears, being pretty satisfied with the boy reaching the academy and having received the mail. And it looked like the voice was pretty much eager to see him. Diagnosed understood the same, that there might be a chance the one who had written the letter was able to witness him at the moment, and it was sure that the person who had written it was already aware of him. The letter went on to tell him that these were only the trials for warning. Warning him about the tough times he had to face, which would get even tougher, and giving a belief that he was the only one who could achieve it. That thing was written on the status screen, and Diagnosed was viewing it with utmost concentration, as the voice believed that he was the only one who'd see the end of the story. Further, the voice was ready to help him in whatever ways it could, and there was an attachment in the mail which was kind of a gift from the voice towards the boy. Noxious did not like the contents, which were of no use. Once again he decided to reorganize his thoughts. He rolled over into the memories and understood that the one person who had sent the letter might be the one who was controlling the game all along, as he was capable of interfering in the game from the beginning, as well as being the one who could find the conclusion the story was going to meet. His focus was going to sit on clearing the main storyline. Numerous moments started to unfold in the back of his mind. He decided to move away from the problems as it was not something to be resolved. And then decided to find what was there in the attachment as the gift from the voice. He clicked on the view character system on the status screen and was shocked to read the name Office Father on the top. He chose another name, Talia, and as soon as he clicked on it, her stats were pretty visible to his eyes instantly. He was able to read the stats as well as skills of an individual while sitting in the room, and it was an incredible ability for him as in his true self. He wanted to use his power of insight. He needed to see the person in front, however that skill was allowing him to find the secrets of the character at any moment. Even the gift was an indication that the one voice behind him was of the master who was able to send it. The most concern for him at the moment was his father, whose stats were increasing at a huge fold, and even after getting the name of the Sword Emperor he was getting stronger with every passing time. Nox then understood that at the moment when he looked into the stats of his father, he realized that even though the world looked like a game, it was not really one, as in the mirror there was a different identity of himself from what he truly was. Things were getting difficult with every turn of events, and he was chosen for the team of magic techniques in the academy, which went pretty smoothly. On the next day at the academy, the lessons for the maid were where all the maids were standing in a hurdle and were waiting for Digitree to arrive. Everyone started babbling about the lady as one who turned into a commoner even after being a noble, and there were talks amongst the crowd about her being shameless for coming to the academy as a maid with a young master. None of them were leaving even a single bit of bad word to spare about her, and they were acting like the lady wanted to strike much higher to achieve something big. The talks were crossing the line as they were talking about her like a dog who was trying to lurk over her master's wealth. And they were identifying the lady as someone who was the maid, a good-for-nothing master. Other maids were raising concerns of her being used by the master for her pretty face, and others were agreeing to the same. They were not sparing even a single word in calling out his family as well as his master, something pathetic. And it looked like everything was crossing the limit, and since the lady had endured all kinds of insults which were thrown towards her, she was ready to accept anything. However, her concerns were raised at the moment. Those guys tried to mock her master in front of her eyes, and so she decided on giving them a tough taste of their own medicine. She gently went towards those girls and asked a bit for their time, and the others acted pretty high, claiming to be the top, and then introduced herself as a daughter of a count who was acting as the maid of young Master Nox. She was not ready to talk to a commoner like her in the first place. However, Digitree did not pay any kind of attention to it, and then questioned why she was spreading rumors about her young master without having any knowledge. The other maid was looking very much less concerned about such things, and she called out that she was not the one who expressed rumors. The world already had been spread into higher society. As soon as those words were completed, others standing behind were also giggling at the lattice condition. She was also not ready to apologize for whatever she had said, and Digitree remembered the words of her master, who claimed that status was one thing that mattered in such a condition, and she then took out the pouch which was given to her by the master and decided to open it instantly. As soon as she did the same, an imaginary boy quite short in size, having the appearance of Nox, appeared out of it, shocking the lady standing beside her. All the maids were scared to their toes with such an appearance, and out of sudden that little master which appeared from the pouch started to speak and then introduced himself as one of the young masters, not being concerned about what happened at the place because he was aware that if the maid had decided to open it, then all of them were going to be in trouble very soon. The maids were shocked as well as confused about how the young master appeared out of nowhere. And Nox did not pay attention to them in order to inform them that all of them were going to be dead meat because their masters were going to be sent back to the family. With those words being completed, the young master disappeared from the middle of the maids, and Digitree was confused about what she had to do from then on. It was the most ridiculous solution one could ever think of in the eyes of the maid, because he left after giving her the trouble she had never expected. Something unexpected happened as the lady who was acting mighty just a second before went on her knees and asked about the identity of the maid. Digitree introduced herself, and it looked like the other maids were also terrified. The lady on the ground was concerned about her family being wiped off from the noble families as the one who had just threatened her, so she immediately bowed her head on the floor, asking for forgiveness for whatever disrespect she had paid to him. None of the maids as well as the others had expected something like that to happen, and it was now Digitree who was standing tall among all of them, wondering if that really solved the problem. However, one thing was sure, with such a declaration there were going to be much more rumors about the young master, and so she did not like the way he resolved the problem, which was not meant to be. Digitree, without paying any more attention, just passed the lady, leaving her in confusion about what she meant by that act. On another fine day, Nox was walking alongside his maid when she noticed that there were much darker circles under the eyes of the boy than there used to be earlier. She looked pretty concerned while Nox just rubbed off his eyes, stating that he was doing fine at the moment. However, he was aware that it was only because he managed to complete the class elections somehow after studying a lot. Out of nowhere, a kid from before appeared in front of both of them, standing tall, and then paid respect to the man after dropping his hat respectfully. Nox asked about the identity of the boy immediately, and he introduced himself as Rick, Eleanor's servant at the moment. His respect was undue, and he was having a smile on his face after the meet, and at the moment when Nox heard the name of Rick from the mouth of the boy, he was confused about what was happening, as his skill of acting genius was not working well. He recognized the boy to be a dangerous character which was approaching him from the first half of the story. As in the story, his real name was Deceitful, having two different images at the first half was working well while the second was not. In regards, the boy was someone who was going to betray the merchant family in order to deepen his story plot, and his real identity was that of a demonic worshipper. Demons were standing behind him acting as his friends, or in other words you could say that the boy was someone who was going to act as a traitor who would backstab Eleanor when she would be at her lowest. The court of enemy of your enemy as a friend was not going to work in the inner lunatic, and he had believed that he was never ever going to pay any attention to the boy, as he was a kind of character who was going to bring more harm than good to him. Rick was present there with a precious artifact from Eleanor, and it was covered in a blue box appearing beautiful. Nox did not pay any attention and just asked the boy to get lost, as he was not going to take it over. Even though the boy was curious about the artifact's real identity, he was not going to accept it because it was a sweet poison he was going to have. Rick was confused by that declaration, and he wanted a reconfirmation, but Nox did not like such questioning from him as being a noble, and was about to take out his sword to teach him a lesson. Rick was bubbling a lot after seeing him doing so Nox just put back his sword into the sheath and then walked off to the other side while Digitree bowed in front of him for an apology by his master. After that, the lady followed the boy from behind, asking him to walk slowly, as there might be a chance he would fall on his face due to his feeble body. As the boy tried to act mighty, she reminded him how he got a cold flu and cold feet at the same time, and she was calling him weak right on his face. Even after being a commoner, Nox could not deny it because it was all the truth. However, he gave her the assurance that he was not going to die suddenly anyhow, but still his maid was feeling quite uneasy. And her face was pale because it was her master who was always in the turn of events standing in the center. Actually, Digitree was this much concerned about the boy because in her true self, other than her master, he was also the one who had saved her life, and also she possessed the skill of single-minded, which would give her trouble in case she was going to be apart from the master. Switching back to the topic, she questioned his actions with the boy Rick. Just then, as she remembered that he was about to take out his sword, it was something more emotional, quite contrary to his current identity. Nox, to make her understand, caught her by the shoulder and clarified to stay away from him, as he was not a good character at the moment, while the lady realized that it might be because he had not had good relations with Eleanor since the beginning. There were surely going to be good reasons, and while the boy was not ready to tell her, she accepted the faith and decided to act in the same manner. Nox then walked off from the location, thinking of keeping a distance from Eleanor, as it was not going to be good for him in the future, because he would attract a lot of attention in case she decided to stay alongside him. The scene then turned to the classroom where Diagnosed was sitting at the back, not liking the current atmosphere he was currently in, while the teacher was telling them to form teams in order to increase their team bonding activities. He wanted everyone to know each other, as it was one of the most important traits, and Nox somehow did not like it as it was way too optimistic to be a student. He had no friends at the moment, and it was going to create a problem for him in the game too, and the teacher then asked them to form a team of 4 with their friends, and the time limit for the same was going to be 30 minutes, before which they needed to make it. Nox was aware that there was not going to be any chance that anyone was going to befriend him at the moment, as he had a different kind of image in front of everyone through different rumors. He then passively asked the teacher what the consequences were in case they were not going to form a team. And the consequence was going to be a grant of an F rank with no allowance to take the course anyhow. His message was pinpointed to Nox since the beginning, where he wanted to inform him that there was no way he could act alone, and Nox understood but was pretty concerned about getting an F grade from the start. As per the standards of the academy, graduation was something very much harsh, as even a single F from any subject would mean that he was going to be expelled. During all that time, every other individual was trying to form teams with each other. While most of the crowd was surrounding the princess as well as Para, others were also running to Leon for the team, while Nox was still thinking, as he wanted to get friends immediately. In order to survive any further, one of the boys was even trying to get in a team with Eleanor, trying to give whatever they had on hand, including a lady who was ready to treat her with some special food from the family business. Eleanor dodged both of them, and then moved forward, having a different look at the moment, and then asked Nox out of the blue. She was discussing the gift he had received from her and was ready to repay her debt as a chance. Nox was not able to understand what the lady was trying to discuss at the moment, and she then showed her intentions to team up with him out of the blue. Nox had no other options, but he realized that it was not arrogance, and it was not only Eleanor alone, as Talia was also running up to form the team with him. Two ladies were now on the side of Nox, while Nox was considering both of them a kind of burden he was going to load on. Nox understood the reason why Talia wanted to team up with him, as she was never ever going to leave her fiancé alone, and she had been kind since the beginning too. Her only two intentions were help, but still the thought of being alongside her was something not much surprising. Eleanor was pretty concerned, as she had never expected that he got a friend alongside him, as he was not really the character who should be befriended. Nox was also aware about it from the beginning. However, somehow he was getting a little angry because he was in his real character at the moment, and with that they were only in need of one more member to form the team of 4. There was a brief exchange of words between Eleanor and Nox. However, it was clear that Nox was on the back foot because he had no other options but to stay alongside both of them. He had to stay in the academy in order to recover his memory, and in order to get good results to stand in the top 10%, he should do whatever it meant to be. In order to fight the Archman, he needed to be in that position, and it was going to be his first opportunity to act both as villain as well as hero during it. Teams were grandly formed between the classroom, and the 4th member in their team was going to be Pell. Protagonist was relieved that the 4th one was a normal person. He was a normal individual with some basic traits as well as skills alongside, and the most interesting was his active skill of Power of Blessing, by which even Nox was attracted. He was just too excited about having a member alongside who was possessing that skill, as it was one of the most overpowered skills in the inner lunatic game, which would forcefully awaken the talent of a protagonist team member. He was just wondering why anyone from the academy was possessing such a rare skill, which only Sing had, but he was not going to be concerned about it at the moment. Pell was looking forward to working alongside them, and there the introduction continued between all 4 of them, while Nox acted rude once again, asking them to pull their own weight, as he was not going to help. The teacher was happy that everyone had teamed up within the time period, giving them a time of 1 week to get to know each other, and further telling them that it was going to remain the same for the complete semester. Nox immediately called the teacher an old monster, wanting the professor to hear it, while Talia tried to tell him to stay calm. However, he just walked off from the location, asking if the mission was already completed by forming the team. Talia stopped him and then asked about his schedule for the day, and Nox understood what her true intentions were, while she tried to add that it was not. She was asking those questions because she was curious about it, while Nox bonked her on the head, reconfirming if she wanted to find the easiest subjects to score higher, but he was not going to tell it for free. He again rushed off from the location because he was not going to give any free information to the lady as he did earlier, and he was pretty sure about it this time. Since then, the scene turned to the Academy's 4th district, and the complete place was filled with lots of things that could be purchased from the location, including equipment and textbooks. Nox understood the real reason why the commoners were not able to graduate: to get less money, and the only ones who were able to get sponsors for the graduations, even being commoners, were able to succeed. However, in the case of Nox, money was not going to be a problem anyhow, and then they heard a commotion occurring in the middle of the. They were sure that anything could happen, as everyone was allowed in the district. And while Nox decided to just walk away to not pay any more attention, he got onto someone's presence in the hurdle, where a merchant was asking one of the individuals to get away if he was not going to buy it, and he was recognizing the man as the son of the top 3 dark family, Leon, who was having black hair and was holding a potion in his hand, looking at it. In truth, regarding his family, they were broken at the moment, not having sufficient money, and diagnosed was wishing for the guy get away from it, as he was a kind person. Leon tried to tell the person that he was willing to make a reasonable purchase, while the merchant was not liking him lifting and weighing the same thing, and he just asked him to get lost as he got not sufficient money to buy, even questioning the academy standards, which had dropped drastically. Unintentionally, that man called Leon's family a beggar, and that thing was not liked by Leon. His face changed drastically. A green aura started to emerge from his feet, and it somehow engulfed his complete body, as he was using his mana to tell that the merchant would not be forgiven for whatever word he had uttered, and the punishment was going to be severe. A magic circle summoned itself and he called up some undead out of nowhere, and it was a high-level mana attack which none of them had expected, and the most shocked were Nox and the maid. Nox ran to stop the boy from doing whatever he was willing to, as it was not a right move because the mana he had used was a black magic and it would be harmful for the crowd which were standing in the 4th district. It looked like it was going to be late, as Leon had already called on the undead through his black magic, and Digitree was concerned about her young master interrupting the matter. Nox ran forward to stop the kid because he was acting out of anger, having no intentions, and was able to tell it through just looking into the eyes because he had seen it quite often. The merchant tried to threaten the boy for the act he had done right at the moment, while on his face he was looking like he was totally terrified with the turnout of the events, and he was asking the boy to stand back. But one man who came to the rescue of the merchant was Nox, who was standing in the middle and was taking out his sword to exterminate those who were going to provide some harm to the people of the 4th district. The merchant was not following the command of Nox to head aside, as he was full of his own attitude. So left with no other option, Nox removed his robe to introduce himself towards the crowd, and the crowd was stunned to see that one of the youngest sons from the family was present to resolve the issue. Since the scene switched back to the dormitory, we could see Talia being pretty irritated with her fiancé not sharing the information about his class schedule, while Emma was holding her nerves back to not scold her, as she was not expecting such a childish attitude from a noble. Finally, the moment came where Talia turned back to Emma requesting her assistance in an agreement and a dead moment. It looked like she was acting like a little child, so Emma was not left with anything but just that she was not in the right position to think what Nox would be thinking. Talia was concerned because she had given her best throughout the period to be in the eyes of Nox, starting from not judging people instantly and giving her best not to hold back Nox. However, still she was a little flustered if he was doing something like it. Emma realized the situation the master was going through, and so she decided to find a way to get her out of that dejected situation. It all happened because she had spoken so nicely about Nox at the time when they were heading to the academy in the car. When Talia inquired about Nox having been told even after being his fiancé, she decided to cut the talk off by stating that he might be in his puberty and it was an age where he would act like it, and it was the time when she remembered that Talia had started building more trust and feelings towards him. It was pretty clear that she needed to be much more careful about what advice she was going to give her, because it was pretty clear from the view that Talia was in love with Nox. In order to remove the fudge she had created by herself, she decided to tell what truly Nox thinks about her, and then clarified that it might be that Nox was trying his best to create a line of difference between professional and personal life in the academy, and those words acted like medicine for Talia, and she, being excited, caught the hand of her maid praising her knowledge about dating. Talia further decided to always ask for advice from the lady whenever she needed something on dating, and she was very much happy. However, it was the maid who was fully aware that she was not doing the right thing. Even an apology was not going to make it right away. Even the lady herself had never dated in her entire life, so there might be a huge difference. While both of them were still in discussion, someone knocked on the door and left them confused about the arrival at that moment. Emma came up front by herself and asked the reason for the arrival, and none other, it was Eleanor from Talia's team, and she wanted to meet her in private. For a while Talia recognized her, and Emma decided to call off the meeting, asking her to make a proper appointment before meeting. However, before she could complete her sentence, Eleanor took the name of Nox in some harsh tone, and it raised the ears of both of them at once. It looked like now the lady was much more attracted to the discussion, and so both of them were left in private to discuss the matter. Both of them were having red-colored hair, and Eleanor was happy for the meeting, as it was the second time they were meeting in the day. On the other hand, Nox had already introduced himself to the complete crowd of the 4th district, asked them to back off, and the crowd there had also recognized the man with the white hair and purple eyes, as he was the one from the noble family that got into the academy. Diagnosed again, asked the merchant to head back, and the merchant followed the command while apologizing for his rude behavior he had done just then. For the second time, Nox again repeated to stay back, willing to not repeat for the third time, with his purple eyes glaring at the man, making him shiver in his pants. The merchant immediately ran off from the location, and Leon was at a loss for words and the situation happening at the moment. It looked like Leon did not love the intervention of Nox in his discussion with the merchant, and so he launched his undead skeletons towards him to attack, while Diagnosed called for his purple aura into his hand against his green one, and then pushed that skeleton down onto the earth, confirming if the boy was going to talk with black magic only with that hand. The skull of the skeleton was about to be crushed, and not so long it was distributed into pieces. As soon as Nox tried to clutch his hands, one of the skeletons had already managed into the thin air, and the other commoners were pretty concerned about his magic, while Leon was standing alongside the other one. Nox then turned to Leon, asking him to just back off for the imperial family's mercy, and it somehow opened the eyes for him. Leon also, as he was able to see through without having anger on his face, realized that whatever he was doing was totally illegal because he was not supposed to use magic at that instant, and then gently apologized to Nox for whatever he had done after creating the ruckus in the 4th District. Nox acted in his true self, and then, while handing him over a bunch of coins to buy things, he asked the boy to get lost after he had completed his purchase, and Leon accepted it without any disgrace. The moment he opened the pouch, he found lots of gold coins inside it. It was much more just for help, however it was nothing for him to be able to give up. Leon, alongside his skeleton, was wondering why the boy was trying to help him, because he was not, at any cost, going to be indebted by his help or be helpful in the near future. Nox clarified that that money was enough for him, but not even a bit of pennies for the boy, and then further clarified that he was not holding any kind of purpose behind the same. As soon as the confirmation was granted, Leon eradicated those skeletons through his black magic, and both the skeletons were going to be lost into thin air. He then walked towards Nox and clarified if that coin was in order to shut his mouth, and the boy was able to feel the power of controlling the dead from even Nox, which was not meant to be by his side. Leon took out one of the coins and then inflicted it with his mana, and after leaving it in midair, he declared the breaking of the deal, and then, filled with anger, asked the reason why he was possessing the power of his family and himself inside the dormitory of the academy. Another meeting was going on between Eleanor and Talia, while both of them were sitting around a round table having their cup of tea. Talia instantly went to the topic of discussion, and Eleanor was not able to accept what was happening, as the character Talia was showing was a little mature, and that thing made her go into thought about the thinking of Nox for his fiancée. The very next second, she denied the thought, as she believed that Nox was not the kind of person who would find any kind of love in his current self, so she decided to talk openly and then called Nox a dangerous person. Was confused about the start of the conversation, and Eleanor went on to tell the reasons. For the first one was he is one of the sons of 3 dark families, and then continued to add with the rumors that were circulating about him around the globe. Talia's face changed instantly, as she was looking not very pleased with the declaration, and she asked her to not think of Nox as a bad person, as he really was not. At that moment, Eleanor's previous images started surfacing in her head when she met him for the first time, and it was a totally opposite character of what Talia was discussing. There was a clash of thoughts between both the girls, and Eleanor was forced to think why a good student like Talia was pretty much concerned about a dangerous person like Nox, as the only emotion Eleanor and her current self was able to feel from the eyes of Talia was hostility. She was very hostile and did not like the presence of Eleanor on the seat discussing roughly about Nox. Talia finally spoke up to make things clear that even though she was considering him to be a bad person, he was not the kind who would do anything to harm others. She wanted to tell her that his act of coldness was not something which would define his true self, as it was just a little part of him. And those words somehow influenced Eleanor, as she stood stuck in her action with it, and still tried to tell that she should not support her fiancé on only a single stand. Talks between the nobles about marriage were just talks about business, and to turn her down, and Talia reconfirmed that it was not the case at all. She went on to tell that even though thoughts were not changing very drastically, Talia reminded Eleanor of the previous moment where she had encountered death during the test. And it was her fiancé who interrupted in between in order to save her from the trouble, and in case if he had not been there, then she surely would have died. It was an eye-opener for Eleanor, as she was not expecting the event to flash in her mind during the discussion, and so Talia reconfirmed if she was still thinking lower of him. Eleanor was at a loss for words, as she was not able to clarify anything further, and after realizing her misspeaking, she decided to end the conversation and then thank her for giving the time. Eleanor left the chat room, being displaced by her actions, as the one who was digging the well fell right into it. The moment she went out, Rick was waiting on the outside, waiting for the clarification discussion, and if it went well to get on with the conversation. The lady asked about the true identity of the merchant, and Rick revealed that others, and to look forward to an opportunity. Eleanor remembered that it was the word doubt which gave her the true name of wealth and the star of the finance world, and she was the one walking into the merchant discussions like it, but still in the back of her heart she always had a thought that might change from his previous self, but she always turned it down, thinking that it might not be the case for something like it after that long. Still, the lady was holding on to her skirt with her clenched fist during the thought, like the same she used to do in previous times. On the other hand, Leon had once again released his huge amount of aura, and Nox immediately asked the people from the 4th state to evacuate the place, as things were going to get messy. Nox realized in the situation that things were not going to be good from there on, as they had already created a magic barrier from which people were not able to evacuate the place, and soon his complete body was also covered with a black magic aura. Nox realized that things were not good, and the boy was surely not going to hide the fact that he could use his magic power without anyone knowing. Leon was ready for the negotiation, but he had expected much better returns from the boy, and Nox was happy that the boy was somehow ready, but still holding the doubt that the boy would sell his family for something in return. Somehow he felt that the boy was much more aware about him, something he should not be, so Nox himself told that his family was one of the top 3 dark families like his own, having the greatest influence. The discussion between both of them was getting much more intense, as Nox was calling everything into the past tense, like his family was not having great influence at the moment, and when Leon was getting much angrier, Nox decided to show some respect towards his family, being thrashed out due to war and problems with the soldiers standing up front and the others being on the ground. It was like surfacing all the memories for the kid right in front of his eyes, and then Leon reconfirmed if the boy was trying to speak that he had more knowledge for his own revenge he was seeking. Nox denied that revenge was never his case of discussion, and he declared that his only demand was that he wanted to revive his family to its previous self. The eyes and the lion were asking for the same when he was playing the chess game, and it was the demand of the product to make his family stand on the top once again, with him being the leader coming in front. In short, the boy had just disclosed what was the real intention of Leon's true self, and Leon recognized that the boy really knew him pretty well. Still, he wanted to have the answer of how he had managed to get his hands on the power of his family. Nox acted like he was not well aware and just revealed it to be getting something by chance and out of nowhere. Leon decided to accept it without any further question, and it was quite surprising even for Nox. Actually, Leon's true intentions were never to know how he got his power in his hands, but how much the boy was aware about his true identity and his reasons for intervening into the matter. Right now the discussion between both of them was about to end, and both of them thanked each other for the help, while Leon decided to repay in the future. It was not going to involve money, but he once again declared that he was not holding any kind of intention behind the help, and he should never repay. The same switched to the next day at the academy. Nox had to pay a visit to the dean, and the moment he was walking towards her, he believed that it was the time when he was finally going to strengthen his hour of the genius skill, and with just the thought about it, he was having a bright smile on his face. As talking about the hour of the genius skill, he revealed that it was one of the rarest as well as the strongest skills considered in the Inner Lunatic, where you could say that it was a kind of DLC for the game. The moment when Nox cleared the game for the 10th time, status screen appeared to congratulate him about the same, and then informed him about possessing the rarest skill, which was the hidden trait in the form of the hour of the genius. The caution message revealed that it could only be used when he had at least 2 of the genius traits, and in the current self, he was possessing those 2, changing himself from an individual who just liked the game to someone who was in need of clearing it. He was standing in front of the dean. Back then, if he was not able to get into it, then he might have lost his life mercilessly, and the dean herself praised the boy for being great around the table, and she was pretty confused as to why the family was hiding that monster all that time. He acted into himself and told the dean to mind her words, as it was not pretty good. She was changing her character, and at the moment she decided to put her legs back on the ground. She questioned of how he would explain not being a monster after killing the eye trolls without having a sweat drop. She was continuously changing her character types while throwing questions at Nox about him holding the rumors and not coming on the top when he was capable of, because she was sure that his father surely was not the kind who would judge a character wrong in a moment. Nox realized that the dean was going to be suspicious about him. However, it was expected, and so he immediately activated the skill of genius acting, and then decided to calm himself down in her presence to tell that she should not be concerned about the past and shall reside in the present. Being revealed that the boy was very much interesting, and her interest in him had raised quite far to the extent where she wanted to steal away his skills in one go. And while she was speaking those words, she was being serious. Nox tapped up his calmness, acting like he did not hear it, because at that moment he revealed that she was the only one who was following him all that time when he was battling around in the admission test. It was quite surprising that he had not revealed that till yet. When we were thinking that he was not aware of it, the lady was impressed that the boy had noticed that, and then finally called up for a scroll into the middle of the air, and Nox was happy that he was finally getting his on it. She opened the strengthening skill scroll, and it was covered with golden letters and script over the same, and she was willing to give him that scroll, which would strengthen one of his skills, and was a precious item. Nox acted like he had never heard of it while he was already aware of it. The scroll reached to the top of him, and at the moment he caught on to it, there was a different instructive feeling which struck him. It was a slight shock, and it looked like the dean was the one who had planned the same, but he decided not to pay attention, thinking it was an imagination. He opened the scroll with a smile on his face, and as soon as he did, the status screen accepted the artifact and decided to disclose the characteristics of it, stating that it was a strengthening scroll which would increase the effect of a simple skill by 15 times. He decided to use it right away with an acceptance, and at the moment when he had to choose the skill, he wanted to use his artifact, and he chose the Hour of the Genius, and the boy was very happy to see the scroll being consumed and the status screen reflecting that the skill had been strengthened, giving him an additional level of Hour of the Genius plus furthermore. Additional benefits were given to him for acquiring the skill at a very early stage. And that moment he was standing in the middle when it was revealed that his skill would not be multiplied by 15. However, it would be done by 2 times. The dean reconfirmed if he had the satisfaction now for what he was looking for. However, Nox decided to get away because he had no more intentions to get involved with that dangerous lady. The dean allowed him to get away, further pointing out his interference in the rescuing of the student, and Nox realized that it was of no use to hide any further, and he sighed to act like he was not aware about it. Gently, he just asked her to not pay any attention as it would make things harder for him, and the dean agreed while ending up receiving a thank you from his generous heart. At the moment he left, she once again recognized him to be one of the most dangerous humans she was facing. A little kid was waiting in order to witness what was the true identity of the man, and how he was going to build himself into the greatest monster one had to face in the nation. Things were really going to unfold from here on. Switching back to the class and the academy, the professor was teaching them about the traits of every kind of element while Nox was already aware about it since it was never discussed in the real game. He was paying more attention to the professor rather than the class. The man was having hidden talents and weapons, however, having the negative trait of a weak mind and cold heart. That man was supposed to play an important role in this chapter. The skills that he was possessing were quite delightful, but not something which would make him much stronger than any other character. He was happy to have the complete information in advance, and it was quite confusing how he had achieved the level of professor in a prestigious academy with those lower stats. On the other hand, the professor was not happy with the character that Nox was playing as it was clearly visible that he was putting himself over other students. The professor then told them about the lesson that every human has some elemental mana, and for the day of the class they were going to find out what kind of element one was possessing in the class. In the discussion it was Talia and Nox in the middle, and the professor called up for Nox to come up front and answer his questions about knowledge of his own elements. Nox revealed to be darkness and then went on to tell that his trait was a corrupted one, which was not going along well with the other characteristics, yet having a kind of destructive power in comparison with others. Further, that element was something which only chosen individuals from a chosen family could be able to use, just like Leon. On questioning about the opposing alignment of the same, he revealed that it was divinity, so the professor asked of which element would prevail in case both of them clashed with each other to come out on top. Nox, without any hesitation, revealed that it would be divinity which would come out on top, and the professor was not expecting such an answer because no one would speak against their own family element and then ask him the last question, if what he would do in case he had to face someone with divine mana being cold-hearted once again. Nox revealed that he would surely defeat the individual standing in front and would take his life away, so that it was not going to be a problem in the near future. It was an answer that the other students were never expecting to hear from a classmate, and even the professor was dumb with such a declaration. Those were some really harsh words out of an academy student. Inside the dormitory at the servant cabin in the cabin of Rick, he was sitting half-naked covered with a bandage in one hand, and soon his cap fell on the ground at the moment when he was holding a needle in his hand and was stopping the flow of blood with the bandage. He immediately struck that needle inside his arm, and some dark wings were clearly visible at the moment when the needle was being injected. There was a different kind of image on his face at the moment the flow of blood was reaching to his eyes. In the end, when the needle was fully injected, he used the injection and threw it on the floor. The boy was looking fully consumed at the moment when he was walking in front of the mirror. His chest was having a deer symbol, black in color, and his black wings were completely visible on his body. It looked like the boy was giving his all to achieve his position as demon. Out of nowhere, from the end of the mirror, a red demonic hand came to move, boosting his motivation, and soon the demon monster was standing in front to make him achieve the goal of demon rather than being a human. And all his demand was because he did not want to age any further and wanted to surpass his human body. Rick paid respect to that monster after going onto his knees, and he was giving his best to revive it as soon as his ritual was completed. He wore back his clothes along with his hat and decided to go back to normal. On the other hand, inside the classroom, the professor was still not able to consume what his student just told of removing the root before it could cause any further problems. Nox apologized for the way he spoke, but he just revealed that it was his true thinking, not something which was melded. He once again activated the skill of acting genius, and at the moment he was having unwavering eyes which were telling that the boy was completely true in his regards, giving a clear picture that whatever he said, he really meant it. The professor called on his subordinate to prepare the magic adequacy test right away because his intention was to bring that kind of attitude to the floor which Nox was possessing, and it was his way of teaching to sharpen the sword, having significant skills. As commanded, every other student had now come from their benches and the subordinate brought the required equipment for the test. The moment that subordinates removed clothes over the equipment he had brought, everyone was totally stunned as they were not expecting such a thing in front of them. The professor revealed that they were the lowest-ranked demons approved by the association, and as soon as the camera angle changed to the thing which was brought into the class, it was revealed to be a small monster known as imps. Even though it was a demon, it was not looking that threatening, and while the professor was not considering it to be a threat anyhow, students were considerate because they were still the first class. The professor calmed all of them down, reminding them that they were in the top of the academy and had surpassed the test to achieve that level. He reminded them of the true intentions where they were going to achieve the highest level of training from the professors, and their intention was to defeat the demon, but not to become mere soldiers in the nation as there were many more. The students looked at each other. It somehow boosted their confidence when the professor said those words. And the professor completed the sentence, asking everyone to infuse their mana into the cage in order to make the demon submit, and Nox somehow felt it was not right as it was not a good act. He remembered the real game story where the lesson was taught in the second year. There surely was something when the first student was going to. The professor taught him how he had to do it after infusing the mana into the hand and gave the time of 15 minutes to test and end the test. The true intentions of the professor were then revealed, where he was aware that none of them had expected that they would be brought with a demon for the discussion in the first year, and he was willing to teach Nox how things really were here unexpectedly. Something happened which even the professor was not expecting, because as soon as Nox stood in front of one of the monsters, the monster turned behind his back and was shivering in fear. He was not able to understand what was really happening, as the other students were already under the command of that demon with Talia, and the others who had already lost their minds due to the influence of the monster. All of them were acting like they were being commanded or controlled by those little demons, while Nox just raised his hand, asking the professor to change his cage as the demon was already shivering in fear. The professor, who was expecting others to drool, was himself drooling as he wanted to know the answer from the man. How much pressure had he forced to make the imp submit? He once again revealed that he had done nothing, and with that he was able to get his trust over the professor also, who was glittering with a talent hidden in the boy, and he was left with nothing. So he just slept and then decided to give him a chance. The chance was going to be to become the best student. Nox was not even moved by that declaration, as it meant nothing for him, because in true regards the professor's real meaning was to make him his subordinate, where he had to work for long hours, or simply meant to be an assistant. Other students were pretty jealous of not getting the same reward from the teacher. However, Nox simply refused towards the same because he believed that being the best student meant being a slave, as the professor was standing in front. He was not expecting that answer, and the others were also totally shocked, as well as the most, and it was the professor himself, as he was not able to close his mouth after hearing through his ears that the boy had refused his offer, and then reconfirm if he really meant whatever he said. Others in the classroom, including Leon and Eleanor, were not even a bit moved, including the princess and her subordinate, were also covered in sweat after the training they had just gone through. None of them were able to understand why Nox was the only one who had not broken even a single sweat after the test. Just a few hours earlier, the bald teacher was running against the professor to tell him about Nox, who was one freaking strong opponent, and the bald man was even taking the guarantee for the same. The purple-haired professor was still thinking of him just as a student, and he was asking the bald teacher to not fight for such students. The bald one made him recall how the dean had even asked him to keep an eye on the student, and then again repeated his sentence that the boy was really talented, far more than what he used to think, because his talent was even recognized by one of the four sages herself. The professor still believed he would look with his own eyes and would only believe once it was revealed to him, and then walk off to the classroom, returning to the present. He was not able to close his mouth at the moment when Nox turned down his offer. and it was quite embarrassing for him in a long time that he was shivering. Other students were also not liking it because the boy was turning down such a huge offer, and all of them started to believe that he was truly a good-for-nothing student, not able to understand the true rewards he was getting on his silver platter. Some of them were even asking him to leave the class, as he was not supposed to be in it. Nox was stubborn on his decision, and he was not going to change it anyhow. He was asking everyone to get away because there was already a student named Eleanor giving him a headache. One of the students came in front to ask a question: why was the professor giving the chance only to him, as there were other outstanding students also? He believed that other students having significant knowledge about mana and others would be some great choices, including the princess. Misunderstood that the boy was trying to get into the imperial family, and the boy was acting in the same regards, and he was now on the radar of Nox being a smart one. The professor coughed and then asked everyone to get back to their seats because he was the only one who had the right to choose, and he told them that there was no kind of discrimination in choosing, but the others were not at the level that they would be some of the best students for him. He decided to reveal the reason behind his choosing as one of his positions, and at the moment he was looking at Nox with glittering eyes, asking him to accept even after hearing about the refusal for the first reason. He revealed that he was the only one who was able to make the imp submit, and he continued to speak furthermore about it for a long time, and Nox summarized it, speaking that the first reason was already revealed, that he was able to press the imp into the cage because even being a demon it was not easy, and he was fascinated by it. For the second reason, he revealed that he was holding the genius skill of mana sensitivity, and the professor was the one who read a lot about mana. He was easily able to reveal who had the talent of magic and who had not, and he once again spoke that it was the reason he was choosing him as the best student, and Nox refused it once again. The professor was ready to give him some time to take into consideration, and while he was asking him to reconsider a decision, he was ruling to make him a good student, and Nox was still not convinced, so he asked to look out for other suitable candidates and then left the classroom. The professor and the others were left in awe. Talia and Leon were just concerned. Everyone was confused because the boy was acting totally different from what they had heard of the rumors, and hearing that from the princess, Echidna apologized for her lack of information while the princess was just getting more curious about Nox and his background. There might be chances that it was the boy who was going to be the light of the imperial family, and she was taken into consideration, and on the other hand, there were also chances of him turning to be the dark cloud for them as soon as Nox left the class. He deactivated his acting genius skill, and was covered in sweat with his continuous effort, and was pretty concerned about the professor drooling over him like some food or vegetable, and it was not taking the toll on him that he was facing some ridiculous characters in the story. He was just happy that he had now rubbed off on the professor from his discussion. However, at midnight back at the dormitory, when Nox was sitting on the table, his face was completely pale, and it was looking like he was not having a good day. On asking about the reason, he revealed that there was something very much awkward that happened throughout the day, as the purple-haired professor was following him in each and every class, asking him to be the best student, and he was not leaving him even at the canteen, and the worst of all was when he was urinating in the toilet. The professor was climbing onto the toilet room again, asking him to become one of the best students for him in the toilet. Other students were not liking the professor in that situation, and as soon as Nox came out from his toilet room, he repeated the question, making Nox pass away from him in anger, and out of nowhere he called him a crazy bastard. The professor somehow was not displeased with that declaration, and he was continuously holding the glitters. Even at night, he was having the thought of that professor trying to convince him, while Jitri was convincing his young master to not speak roughly about the professors with those words, and then reconfirmed if he was discussing about the professor who was the top in magic theory, and Nox replied positively to it. She was not able to understand why that man was doing such a thing, as, from the info, he was a good character having a different behavior. However, Nox had the answer for him, where it was his negative trait to be abusive about a person. It was only because of the traits. On the other side of the story, at Nox's home place, every soldier was on his guard, trying to stop someone from getting inside, while the man in front was holding a sword covered in blood and having a completely different aura surrounding himself. It was Garen, and the soldiers were still trying to resist him from entering the master room because it was his order. Garen did not pay any attention and then walked off in between from the soldiers like it was nothing, because they were surely not someone who could handle him. He went directly to his father's chamber, where the butler was standing beside, and as soon as the room opened, that aura darkened color entered the room and froze the butler at his location, and he was not even able to move. Theovet never expected that his son would come back to his family while he acted like it was his own home, not something different, so he was always welcome to the place. He once again asked his father to give it up because there was not much time left, and in some ways, he could even see the demon which was lurking around him, waiting for Theovet to get a little weak in order to devour everything at the right moment. With those words, Theovet was able to understand that Garen wanted it by heart, so he decided to get onto the topic right away, and then ask if where he had hidden that sword. Theovet was not expecting that question from out of his mouth, and as soon as he reconfirmed, Garen completed the sentence and asked about the patriarch's sword at the moment when he was asking his father, remembering that he had already handed it over to his youngest son, Nox. Garen completed the question once again and asked about the location of the Stormbringer of the first patriarch by reciting his full name. Theovet did not like such disrespect paid to the first patriarch, while Garen was not even a bit concerned about it because he was deciding to get stronger and build a strong force, and he was willing to complete his noble duty by doing the same. Theovet said that his kid was not aware about what really mattered, and the kid decided to hit him on his weakest nerve and started discussing why he left a woman, but he was aware that such topic of discussion should not be brought forward in front of the patriarch because he did not like such kind of disrespect coming out of the son's mouth for his mother. He was even not ready to accept that she was his mother, and he called that woman to be his mistake and went on to call her a guest. Theovet had already had enough and he, out of anger, asked the boy to just get lost, and at the moment when he tried to continue the conversation, he was again asked to head out because at the moment Theovet was boiling in anger, and he could even slice off his son's neck left with no other option. Garen decided to follow the order, but before heading out, he warned his father to understand the current situation which he was not understanding. As soon as he left, the butler reconfirmed if his master was going well, and so Theto apologized for showing him the different side of his master which was not supposed to be seen, but the butler asked him to just keep his calm as he was not affected by it. However, he requested his master somehow hide the news of his son working with a demon as it would make things dangerous if the news spread. Even the butler was suggesting that he should choose his next successor immediately. While Theovet was thinking about it, he told him about a letter which they had just received, which was revealing that Nox was one of the top students in the admission test of the academy. He was more pleased that the letter came directly from the dean, who was one of the 4 sages who acknowledged the young master. After hearing the letter, his father went into thought that there might be a chance that it truly revealed that his youngest son had the capability of being on the top, and he was holding the potential to, while he believed that eventually it would only be Nox who would sit on the chair that his father was currently sitting on. Back at the academy, a meeting was arranged between the professor and Nox in order to clear things out, and the professor was still stuck upon asking his student to be his apprentice while offering him that he had not to pay anything till the graduation from the academy. Nox denied it instantly because he already had tons of money because he belonged to a noble family, further revealing that he had no intentions of using it because he did not want any kind of luxury. The professor once again asked him to reconsider his. Nox was not able to hear those words again and again. He remembered the conversation he had with the maid where she asked him to consider it if the man was being so sincere because the professor was coming out of his real behavior just for his cause and his real identity was helping the weaker students and not lurking to the stronger ones. Nox had already something planned, and he was going to reveal news which would bring down his requirement of making him the student. Nox continued going with the conversation and then asked if why such a good professor would like him to be his apprentice, who was good for nothing, and as the professor heard the same words, he decided to get serious and then questioned again for the true reasons behind selecting him. And not the other outstanding students on requesting about a little time. Nox agreed as he had a lot of it because he was a good for nothing kind of individual. He decided to tell him the long story of his own self while having tea, a quite expensive one. Nox agreed and the man revealed that his true intentions were to use him for his research too, and in the eyes of the professor, he was a subject who was quite weak and someone who could not use even mana. It was his lifelong wish and he wanted to fulfill the same. It was revealed that the man was holding a kind heart inside against his cold words, and his wish was to not see any other people dying without any struggle. At the back of the story was his son who died the same fate, and Nox was not aware about it when he played the game inside the computer. The professor told how he was born into a family of Celestia as the first son was able to get into the academy with just his theory skills and was able to become a professor. His practical skills were always poor, and even his classmates were looking down on him because only good test scores would never be sufficient enough to take away the bullying he faced in his time. After working continuously hard, he was able to hold a good family behind himself and was continuing his life in the academy of the professor, and still there was no one inside his family arena as well as his friends who was paying any kind of attention to his achievements that he was a professor in such a prestigious academy. At this time his achievements were named onto the credits of the others, and still he somehow managed to get a lovely family behind himself and a boy alongside his wife. After that his only child grew up and was admitted to the same academy, and soon was even able to graduate with an intention that he was going to make the people who spoke ugly about his father think highly of him, and the professor was very much happy to hear those words. It was his son who joined the battlefield and was leading the emperor from the front lines even while facing the monsters and demons, just because he wanted everyone to speak higher of his father and increase the reputation of the family. However, something unexpected happened and his son died on the battlefield just at the beginning of the war, and the reason for his death was an arrow which was just inflicted by a little amount of mana. Other soldiers were also lying aside, but their reason for defeat was something different, and it was the true reason why he was giving all his best for his research in order to make the weak reach new heights. Nox, while keeping his cold heart, found that the story was of no significance because there were much deadlier stories against it. However, still, Nox was wondering if there were two different characters currently in the professor, because he was totally different from what he used to be in the classroom. Somehow, even Nox was able to understand the loneliness through which the professor was going through, and he came up front to tell the professor that there was really someone who was even better than him for the task he was looking for, and it would be someone who would listen to the story much more interestingly and be serious. The professor was just shocked that the boy was not even a bit influenced by whatever he had at that time, and acting cold once again, decided to leave the room to meet him in the next lesson. Still, there was an image of his son lying on the table, and after looking at it, the professor believed that there was truly a resemblance between Nox and his son in true regards. The moment when he reached back to the dormitory, he received news which he was not expecting anyhow, as it was Jitri, who informed him that the first son of the family arrived back, and it was because of this that several bodyguards had met their death. Nox recognized that man to be the first crown prince. It was the biggest fear for Nox, and it turned like it was time for him to face it. Also, he reconfirmed if his maid visited the estate recently, and she begged to answer but revealed that it was the truth because he was summoned by the butler himself for a discussion. Nox was aware that Garin was one of the individuals who never liked Nox and Mother, and so there might be chances that he might not be liking him also, and on his radar there might be the maid too. Nox was not able to understand why his real character was holding that many grudges against so many people. Then he finally questioned Matri about her being under the influence of Garin and if he did something. She out of nowhere spoke that man tried to scout her, and while Nox was just grinding his teeth in anger, if something bad happened to her, he was shocked with that declaration, as it was not what he could be expecting from his maid. Going back into the story, she turned down the flashback where she was discussing something with one of the maids when that master passed by them, and both of them paid their respect. Somehow Jitri was able to get into the notice of Garin, and he was quite attracted because the lady was looking extraordinary, something not in the capacity of a maid. He approached the lady, and the lady was confused by it, and then questioned about her identity. The lady gently bowed in front of him once again, and then introduced herself as an exclusive maid of Master Nox. The man was not liking the formalities, and he then showed his desire in hiring her as his own maid because he found the lady to be capable, something having good enough skills which could satisfy his needs. Jitri gently apologized as she was not ready to do so, and then decided to reject his offer instantly, shocking even the guy as he was not expecting it. He again tried to show his status in front of the lady, and the lady, while clenching her fist on her clothes, still was not all convinced of attaining the place of maid under him. On asking the reason why she wanted to continue with Master Nox, she just gently said that it was her true intentions. Garin, being pissed enough, told her that it was never the commoners who decide what they had to do, and before he could complete the sentence, Jitri said that the was the boy that man used to pay her the respect she deserved, and which is why she always wanted to stay by the side of Master Nox to see what he would do. While speaking those words, there was a kind of delight in the eyes of the lady. Garin was not able to understand what the reason behind it might be, and then finally decided to offer her 3 times whatever the boy was paying. Still, that lady declined the offer and then apologized gently for it. She told the same story to Nox about her wages being increased. He was shocked to hear that the man was ready to offer 3 times whatever she was paid at the moment. Nox had a lot of money, but he was just at the middle of the chapter, so he could not spare that much. However, he also wanted to hold on to his maid continuously while the maid was confused when he was lost in all his thoughts out of the blue. He had no choice, and he decided to match the offer of whatever his brother had offered her, asking her to focus on work and not be convinced otherwise. Jitri giggled a bit at that declaration and then apologized for it when it came into the notice of Nox. Nox's face was completely different at the moment, and he had never expected that a maid would laugh at him, and so he reconfirmed if her decision was still stuck to work with his elder brother for the money. The maid denied it, telling him that her will was still not swayed at all, and she was always going to follow the young master, and was satisfied with whatever she had received. Apart from all that, Nox was much more interested in knowing the reason for her laugh, and she denied telling him. In the end it was given as an order, so she blasted out the talk, telling him that something came up in her mind. Nox was aware that the lady was lying up front, and Jitri did not act any further and decided to keep silent. Nox was just happy to keep her by his side, and was not happy with Garen trying to steal his precious jewel. On the next day there was a training session going on inside the academy, and it was a physical one. This time it was revealed that there was a total of 5 mandatory classes one is required to receive without any neglect. The first one was the history class about the Empire, which talks about the created god and something which normal people have already forgotten about. In the second case, it was coursemanship, where they were taught how to ride horses in order to win wars and other things. For the third case, it was the code of conduct and etiquette in the academy, and it was a special class for sure. The fourth one was guided by the basic magic of the Empire, in which they were taught how to draw magic circles as basic magic. The last and the most difficult one of them was stamina training, in which our protagonist was always the last one to come up front. He was even behind some of the normal students in the academy because it was the most difficult one for him. Basic exercises like pull-ups and push-ups were also not being completed by him, and he was lagging behind. Out of complete exhaustion, he lay on the floor because his limits had already been reached. And there came the professor himself, who called it strange and went on calling him a mayfly. That word made Nox pout on his own gulp of water for the meaning behind the same, and the professor continued to tell him that even though he was exceptional in short-term results, there might be chances that it was visible he was having trouble this time, as it looked like there was a large wall which was blocking him from overcoming the same. And nevertheless, from one who was the teacher at the academy, because it was pretty true, as his negative trait of being terminally ill was blocking him from getting any further in the stamina range of 15, and then it divided it by half whenever he walked. Those were some discouraging words, and the teacher apologized for the same. However, he revealed that it was all the truth. The teacher even asked him to not move recklessly, as it would reduce his life, and he decided to follow the command. Even the status screen said the same words, that there was a decrease in his lifespan at a higher rate because of whatever he was going through, and it was pretty annoying for a man like Nox. However, the same was being witnessed by Para all along during all that time. Para was not able to figure out the real character of the man because he was the same one who taught the admission test exam still. He believed that the boy was acting to stay in the shoes of a good-for-nothing. However, he really was not, and as Nox noticed that he was being watched, he believed that the man was really going to take it to his martial arts once they were fighting again. One fine day, when Nox paid a visit to the 4th district, once again he met an unexpected guest, as it was Rick who paid him a visit, and Nox was not at all happy with him being the one following. He believed that the boy was a game destroyer, and he wanted not to be involved with him anyhow. Nox was well aware of the real identity of Rick and his real name. He even had the image of him in the demonic form, where he was no normal human to fulfill his bloodlust, and his status was the same as his elder brother. Even the stats were telling the same story when he tried to look through insights, having several negative traits, basic stats, and other visuals. Nox was aware that he would be the same man who was going to attack Eleanor in the story ahead, which was why he was the top person Nox should avoid. In any case, Nox acted like he was not at all aware and questioned about his intervention in his daily schedule. However, his genius acting was wavering at the moment. Rick acted like it was not at all intentional because he wanted to just inquire what an influential person like him was doing in the 4th district without any servant. There were some words exchanged between both of them, and as he was free, he decided to offer him a hand in making his purchase easier as a kind servant. Like that, he was not at all a bit interested in having him by his side, and through the eyes of Rick, it was pretty visible that his intention was just not to help him with the purchase, but something different in order to find what the boy was really scheming. He allowed the boy to come along, asking him to just keep quiet, and not more than required. Both of them went for the purchase. Back at the place of Eleanor, She was presented with the documents she had requested for, and as soon as she opened it, it was revealed that all those documents were about Nox, and she was a bit more interrogating about him. Still, she was on the way to find the real intentions behind his save at the admission test, and she was giving her best to find the answer for the same. There were various reasons behind it, because earlier both of the families had no interactions with each other, so it took down the purpose of having some personal benefits with each other, and further, he had not even accepted any kind of reward from the family for his save. She was able to gather the info that all these changes occurred after he entered into the missing child forest, and it caused him the change of personality, but still, the reason behind his change was not at all clear. Furthermore, Eleanor was also concerned about her servant, Rick, whose movements were getting much earlier and stranger because the boy was gathering people inside the merchantry. After reading all the documents, she closed the file and then decided to walk to the same moment she was having the memories from earlier where her father was calling her for getting into trouble with Nox at the function. That man was not paying any attention to the tears which were spreading from the eyes of the little girl, and it was totally ugly. Furthermore, just when she was a little lady, her mother died and she was having more troubles from then on, and still, her tears were not paid any kind of attention from her father as planned on the other side of the 4th district. Both of them were purchasing the arts they required. It was Rick who was leading the discussion as well as the negotiation, telling him about which materials should be bought and which should not be, including the orb which he was going to receive for free in the 2nd year. He then requested him to buy the pot which would be used for alchemy, and he had some incredible knowledge about the chemicals that are used in the production of the same which would fulfill the requirements. His knowledge about the items was quite precious. And furthermore, he introduced him to the merchantry of Eleanor, which would give him goods at affordable prices. Even though Nox was not ready to admit the talent, he was left with no options. Like his con artist and passive skill of negotiation was something which should be admired by everyone. The only negative trait he was possessing at the moment was having the demonic trait. Soon, the complete purchase was completed and Nox was also satisfied with the same. Still, he was having the question why Rick was following him all that moment. When he asked the question directly, Rick was just stunned. Nox was not ready to let him go with whatever intention he had, so he caught him by the collar and dropped him on the floor, decided to take out his sword. However, he stopped and questioned him again. What were his true intentions in following him? Rick again acted like he was not aware, but Nox was not ready to let him go through excuses. And with intense force, he questioned his intentions. Decided to go and make the conversation right away, straight to the point, and he then decided to reveal his true self after casting a barrier. The barrier was instantly felt by Nox, which was the sound barrier, and at that moment, Rick asked him to betray the family and be the servant of the first prince. There was a sudden change in his behavior, and his strength had also increased to some quite fold when the colors unfolded. His black wings were visible to Nox, giving an indication about his demonic conversion. And he was now aware that the man who was following was not the first prince but the demon. Rick was not expecting such a declaration from the man, as he had decided to keep it hidden for a long while. Since the boy was already aware of a lot of information, he called upon his master, who was not going to be surely happy with that. The beams were completely visible, and when he called upon it, a demonic figure was visible at the back of him in the form of a deer. A quite terrifying figure. Nox truly had no intentions of getting involved with a demon, so he decided to brush off the talk and told the boy that he should just remove the thought that his master was going to help him and fulfill his wish. The boy was pretty sure about it, and still, he was holding that black deer-like figure on his chest, and as soon as he was relieved by the Nox cupboard of his clothes and went back to a normal case. However, once again before heading out, Nox gave a warning to the kid to never ever speak about his family and his true self again in a bad manner, or else he was going to be killed for sure. He decided to keep that thought in mind, and Nox just left from the location without creating any more terror in the next class. It was a class which was led by the bald teacher, and everyone was gathered around the forest for the session. All of them recognized him as the bald head, and one of the students then asked the other one to never ever call him by that name, otherwise it would harm his ego and make him face consequences he had not even thought of. The teacher was also holding back his anger because he could not just kill the spouse of his own academy because of his hair, and then decided to tell them about the first location where they were going to start the class. The place was introduced to be Clarabelle Plains. It had a beautiful site all covered in greenery, and that was the place having some of the amazing trees and plants around. The class for the day was going to be horse riding, where they would be learning some of the basic skills, and so he immediately asked them to ride their horses which they had brought. Every other student was confused because they were not even talked about it earlier, and some were concerned because it was their first time riding it. One of the questions raised by the student was it was a skill which they could learn by themselves, so why was the academy putting that much effort into it? And the other told them that they were not having any kind of choice because it was a mandatory subject. Nox's horse was just one he had selected back at his estate, and he called upon Carl, and the horse followed his command as asked. All of them were going to give it a try at horse riding, and then instructions were given by Nox himself. Nox was aware that his rival Para was pretty much good at riding horses because he had lived in the East where it was a basic skill. Other students were not able to believe that Nox was riding on an obsidian horse because he was a good for nothing, and that aura that horse was holding was quite immense. Nox was sitting on one of the best horses all that time, and it was the benefit of him being a better player. One of the students was easily able to ride the horse, and he was enjoying the moment, and even the teacher praised him for having good communication with it. Since everyone was going well with the horse riding classes, they decided to start the main race of the class, and everyone was confused with what the teacher meant by it. None of them had expected that a race was going to be called upon in that short period of time, and some of them were even having issues with the basic riding with their life on the stake. Numerous students were calling on the predictions, and one of them was made. The teacher would be angry at him being called a bald one, and since it was already enough that boy was punished by the teacher for his continuous mocking while having shine on the head. The boy was not even able to move, and it created a problem for everyone while the professor called on the rules where they had to ride their horse to a located place in the nameless forest and then return to it again after riding it. The one to reach his first would get the highest points, and since the rules were simple and clear, Nox was not having an issue while the others also were not. Talia tried to interrupt while he was in his thoughts, while Nox decided to go on by himself with no other discussions. He was just concerned because it was the chapter where the demonic human appears for the first time, and he needed to be cautious during a course. In the real story, it was arranged in a manner where Nox was going to meet the demonic human for the first time, and it was Rudger who was going to appear in the episode. In the real story, it was Nox who would save the other students from that kind of terror in that nameless forest. However, since there was not going to be any protagonist in the real story, he was just confused about how the true story was going to turn out in the absence of a leader. Everyone's life was at stake, and Nox was aware that he needed to take every step with caution. Talia offered the boy to come alongside her because it was visible through her eyes that she was scared of the forest, and Eleanor tried to mock her for being concerned about the others in a race which was giving them higher points. Nox acted in his real self and brushed away Eleanor from the sight, and she gently did not like that and decided to go all by herself. Talia understood the same and decided to go on by herself in the race, and she offered him to go ahead as she herself was not good. He told her that the race was not that important, and while she was confused with that declaration, he left without explaining what he really meant by it. The bald teacher called upon the beginning of the race, and everyone decided to get going with the ones having more skills and riding going up front. Nox was right behind with his horse Carl, and everyone was trying to get faster and faster to win it. Nobles were in the front as they were leading because commoners were not too knowledgeable about riding, and was pretty clear from the common face Carl did not like such a mark from the noble, and it somehow raised his anger. It looked like Carl had already understood. And due to the effect of mana sensitivity genius, that complete circle was visible to everyone. Everyone was standing over, and some of them were concerned. If what was that thing interrupting out of nowhere? Nox calmed down to tell them that it was teleportation magic, and they should stay still if they didn't want to die. Winding started to flow from the magic circle, and before they could comprehend the real situation, each one of them was teleported to a different location, vanishing and not leaving even a single trace. The only living being standing in the nameless forest was the demon, who was happy with his appearance as it was time for him to have his revenge. He had 2 horns on his head and was looking quite menacing with his sharp nails and intentions. Nox tried his best to leave from the front, and he was guiding everyone to just stay in because it was the only way. He immediately got down from his horse and then asked him to run away, giving some responsibilities to the soldier. They were still not able to understand what was happening, and their horses were also out of control, not ready to accept any command. As soon as they blinked their eyes, all of them were teleported to a different location, totally unaware. The next moment when their eyes opened, they found themselves in a forest, not knowing the particular location, and still there were some more students who were on the ground due to having severe headaches, and they were trying to find out their current location. Everyone had different suggestions, including plains or forest. Nox tried to understand what was going on at the moment, and he then just felt a kind of mysterious aura around himself. The boy was particularly aware that it was none other than the teleportation magic. However, it felt really different from the Dean's, and so it was not going to be a test this time for sure. The princess came up front to Nox to inquire about the situation. However, he denied it instantly. Giving the confirmation that it was not from the academy, Professor Echidna became more worried, and was asking for more details in a mean voice. So being a noble, Nox calmed her down in some rude voice, clarifying that he was not responsible for answering her in any situation. As per her current position, it was not liked by Echidna. However, she did not have the particular authority to say something. Eleanor reconfirmed whatever Nox said in the meantime and then questioned if what was the reason behind him thinking in that perspective. Even Talia was curious about the same, as she was also considering it to be something from the professors. Nox found both of them quite complicated to understand. His reason to think in that perspective was because he was in a game called Inner Lunatic, one of the most difficult ones to clarify to the others. He just said that the magic power was unstable and then immediately activated his genius skill to him further about it, stating that the aura that was emitted from it was much more different from what the professors and Dean Leon spoke in favor of Nox, as he was also aware that professors would never toss any trouble for the students, as the majority of the students were nobles having higher positions against the professors in the academy. Nox was also selling the clarification of Leon. The formula was really unstable, which was the confirmation that it was an outside influence. The princess even gave it a thought to be something from her brother's smart minds, asking everyone to just get out of there. Leon was not liking the dark mana surrounding them at the moment, but Echidna took that into different regards, asking for proof of whatever he had spoken at the moment. Out of nowhere, the princess came from behind, asking her to stop because she also believed that whatever they were saying was completely true, as in case if they survived, it was for their death. Others were also finding that they were deployed to be different, and all of them started to pay her knowledge of magic because they desired to stay in the eyes of her. Para did not like their shoe licking in front of the princess, raising concerns for everyone about what he was doing. Para caught a kind of blood stench at the moment and immediately told everyone that it was an intermediate rank or even above. Nox was also able to feel the same and wanted to stay. There was something above them, and at the moment when they looked up, one of them was out. They saw a huge monster having the resemblance of a crow with red demonic eyes flying over them. Nox, who was on guard already as soon as he noticed the presence, jumped from the ground and then sliced off both its wings, asking everyone to get ready. With that attack, the demon was not able to survive any longer and fell on the floor mercilessly. Nox came out of nowhere, asking everyone to follow his command. He was much aware of it. However, others started raising questions for the same because in their eyes, he was a good-for-nothing kind of student, not having even particular skills. The princess had a different face this time, and it looked like she had a different opinion, as she was very much impressed with him, detecting the presence from above. She was never going to consider him as a good-for-nothing. Everyone had questions in mind about the sudden change in the character of Nox, and at that moment, the crow demon, which just fell from the air, caught on color, a kind of demonic interference. On the other hand, the teacher was waiting for them outside the nameless forest, and he was calling them a totally talentless batch because they had not arrived back even after spending so much time. It was the first record in history, and while he was still waiting for them to arrive, the purple-haired professor arrived while running on the back of his course, informing him about the trouble. While the bald teacher was pretty confused with his presence as he was not expecting him at the moment, the purple-haired immediately asked him about the presence of the students. And before he could answer directly, he felt a different kind of presence and feeling, making him unstable on the floor. Upon reconfirming the same, he got to know that the head spotted the man who used his demonic magic 3 hours ago, and then told him about the activation. Their main reason to be worried was because the dean was not around, as she would be enough for them to take care of whatever issues were in front of them. Out of nowhere, Carl, the horse of Nox, arrived at their destination and stunned both of the professors. The bald teacher recognized it up front and then decided to take out the note which was bound against its back. The note had the complete information, including the location where they needed to reach and assistance was required. But the professors were more confused because the place was going to be the nameless forest, whose location was still unknown to everyone. Both of them decided to rush towards the location. However, it was going to take at least 2 days and they were not even having hopes for teleportation magic, so, leaving no choice for them, they just wished for the good health of the students who were teleported. Inside the nameless forest, that monster was already taken down by Nox, and he was then cleaning his sword of blood while everyone was looking at him in total confusion. Even Echidna praised him for his tactical knowledge and his decision. However, Nox did not pay any attention to it and then turned to the princess to tell her that whatever happened at the moment was just an extension of what happened previously, and he asked her to give the complete command into his hands by the law of the imperial family. The princess was just full of herself and she denied it because it could be dangerous and then decided to take the command into her own hands. Nox immediately called for the person who had the best knowledge about the theory and then asked him to recite what the imperial law manual states. In case of emergency situation, it was Pelted recited that in case something like that occurs, then the law states that one should protect the member of the imperial family and the command will be given to the most exceptional mage or knight. Nox turned to the princess to remind her that she was the only presence at the moment and her requirement was very much needed in order to defeat the demon because she possessed one of the exceptional skills in the form of lightning and the power of punishment, which would decide the fate of the world. He went on to tell her that it was a requirement of the imperial law that her life shall be protected at any cost. However, the princess did not look very much convinced and pleased with that declaration as she was not expecting such resilience from a noble. He went on to tell in front of everyone that everyone was just not doing anything, and he was the only one who identified the presence of the demonic figure above the sky, and acted on his own instinct, so it might be him the only contender to be the one to take the command. He once again requested authority from the princess and this time the princess was moved by his request, where he was asking for the authority of everyone's life and death, including her own. Talia was having a blush on her cheeks and she was very moved by him being the one coming up to become the leader of the group. She truly believed that he was a kind of role model for her at that moment. She was looking at him with glittery eyes, making Nox confused about what her true intentions were as there was no one standing against him with any objection. He declared himself the leader of all of them. However, he further invited everyone to prove their worth if they wanted to have any objections. None of the students had the courage to come up front and everyone decided to just keep their mouths shut in that situation because no one wanted to get into trouble in case something occurred unexpectedly and the princess was harmed in any way. They were having the thought that the boy could not always go the right way and there was always a chance of getting something wrong and they believed that Nox was drinking poison, thinking that it was mango juice. His giggle was noticed by Nox immediately and he gave him an uneasy look or it could be said a death stare, making him totally unsure of his true intentions. No one came up front for any objection so he immediately declared himself as the leader and then informed everyone that in case someone denied his orders then he or she would really face problems as per the books of imperial law. The princess was also moved by it, but it looked like Echidna was not very much convinced. However, she was not in any position to speak against it. Nox, without any explanation, asked everyone to follow his command and just rush behind like sheep, and as Eleanor raised questions about the location where they were moving, Nox shut her mouth, telling her that he was not good at explanations or anything so they should just follow without any questions. He was just sure of his decisions because he was a better player, knowing about each and every corner of the forest and he had the map inscribed in his mind including every location of a leaf inside a cave in the nameless forest. That monster was witnessing the complete turn of events where those students were fighting some low-class demons to find their way. He was having a demonic face with 2 horns, and was sitting on a throne when an unknown voice called him with the name of Rudger. That voice erupted from a stone where a demonic aura started to convert to take a particular shape, and was commanding him to devour all the humans from the academy because they were the sprouts which could be a problem later on. Soon that demonic aura had multiple eyes and a grinning smile on its face and Rudger was paying utmost respect to it. He had extended his hands like he was trying to catch something and the voice even gave him higher hopes by touching his hands with the mysterious aura and as soon as it did, he felt a different kind of sensation throughout his complete body, something which was unwavering. That demonic voice told him that in case he succeeded in the mission, then he would be granted even more for something which he was not even deserving of at the right moment and in the greed of the same, Rudger agreed to it, giving the chance to him that he was not going to be disappointed for sure. The complete power from that magic crystal was extracted and it was transferred to the hands of the demon and he was very much excited for the mission. It was a perfect one for him because he himself had some kind of grudge with that academy as they abandoned him midway. He was viewing that complete turn of events where the professors were rushing towards him on the horses and his main target was the purple-haired professor somehow. As there might be some backstory behind it. As the night was about to fall, those guys were doing well as they had taken down numerous monsters on their way and Nox felt that they had reached the location where they needed to decide roles for everyone pertaining to the condition and he asked help from Leon as well as Para. Para agreed to the same because he was the leader at the time and he did not want to be in the eyes of the imperial family, and so did Leon, who pay even the respect the leader deserved at the moment by bending down to him. Nox was happy that he had some of the strongest allies with him at the moment, so he then turned towards the others to tell them that they were left with only 2 days in order to get out of the forest, and that the most required was for someone to break the barrier from the outside. The second way was only to kill the caster of the barrier and get out from it, so they needed to find out which one would be the best. The second way was having the most uncertain chances. However, they were not left with any other options, so even the princess was not able to raise any concerns over the same. They were just relying on the professors to reach the outside of the barrier, and it was going to take 2 days. That was why there was the utmost requirement that they should hold inside for that period, or they could also try to kill the caster to get rid of the roots. Nox was already aware, because he was a veteran player, that the issue was not going to dissolve by the first method, and the only way out was to kill the caster if they wanted to get safely from there. Everyone was hungry at the moment and their stomachs were crying for food at once, so they decided to go in search of food and had enough bear meat in front of them which would be sufficient for the period. Para raised concerns over eating the bear, as he believed that nobles were never going to accept the same for that. He had an insight that those demonic beasts which were lying on the floor were truly poisonous. It looked like Nox was aware from the beginning that there might be some poisonous things in the forest, and even any leaf from the tree could not be consumed without any precaution. Para was stunned that he was well aware of everything and still was asking them to eat, and he was never ready to get that far for his stomach. Nox had no intention to get involved with him, so he decided to take his own ways to clear things out. Nox went up for the task, and he then asked to deploy guards in the form of the undead to protect the students from the monsters, and he then commanded Para to protect the princess alone, praising his good skills and knowledge. Para did not like the command from a man like Nox. However, he had no other option, so he just somehow, in anger, accepted it, threatening him for the future. Both of them left from the location, and Nox then finally decided to get going with the task, so he sliced the meat of those monsters in some fine way out of nowhere. However, the color of the meat was pathetic, having the poisonous scent as well as looks. Other students were truly terrified by seeing the meat being grilled over the rock, as it had a pathetic color, and they were terrified as well as sure that they would die in any case if they ate it. Nox took some leaves out from the ground and threw them over the meat, which instantly changed the color as well as the texture of the meat, and everyone was confused about how such a thing occurred out of nowhere. He certified that he just normally used the plants to neutralize any kind of poison emitting from the meat because it was the perfect antidote for the same, and then further informed them that the boar meat was now totally edible. The students were hungry, and they were not ready for any more conversation, so they just decided to cut off the talk, stating that he might have learned it somewhere. Still, he was worried about how he had such kind of knowledge because it was not something very common for everyone. He decided to offer it first to the princess, asking what kind of texture she would like, and he offered her only medium or rare medium, knowing that in the inner lunatic, perfection was never the case. Everyone was drooling after looking at the meat perfectly textured and being prepared on the fire. Even that boar was looking extravagant at the moment because everybody was hungry. And so the case was the same with the princess, as she even had the intention to eat it all without giving it to someone. Even though both the professors were on their way with their courses, they somehow got into contact with the dean and then informed her about the demonic monster which they were going to face, telling them about the specification that it might be more than the intermediate rank or above. They further informed that he was already on the rescue mission with another professor, and since the other professors were already on their dispatch missions, none of them were present to assist them. At that moment, they heard some munching sound onto the radio, and the bald professor was just confused if he heard it right, the fillet he was eating. However, he slacks off, thinking that she might not be that ridiculous in her character. Raz was not able to hold back, and he confirmed if she was really having lunch at the moment when they were discussing such an important matter, and with the reply of D, it was pretty clear that she was not paying any much attention to their discussion, and with that, the faces of the professors failed into confusion completely. She, on the other hand, informed both of them that it was not going to be any issues and they will come without having any problem. However, it looks like that she was having fun, as she was wishing them to be second-year students have more fun. Bald Professor informed her that they were just the first years with no significant knowledge about battling into war, while the Purple Head was more concerned about them because they were not even aware about Define's magic in the first place. The radio was disconnected instantly, and they were not able to believe that she hung up right onto their face, and left with no option. Both of them decided to just help with whatever they had at their disposal, as they are not going to turn their backs onto their students. He was rushing forward, so Professor Purplehead was also not going to stay because he wanted to protect his apprentice at any cost, the one who had not even accepted to be his best student. Inside the forest at night, everyone had their fill and all of them were resting peacefully around the bonfire like they were on a picnic while Nox was still indulged in some kind of task. Back then he was spelling the blood of monsters they had just eradicated. And on being questioned over the same by Leon, Para disclosed that his intention was to get rid of weaker monsters from attacking them because the one whose blood was being spilled was of higher rank and it was a common practice into the East. Most vulnerable was at night when they were not in their minds while sleeping, and while they were in the middle of the discussion, the princess lady approached Nox and then thanked him for keeping herself as well as the other students safe in that dire situation. It was not the right time for accepting such gratitude from the princess because there was still a long way to go and he was more concerned about the night, and it was going to be a long one before they could get rid of it. Everybody was looking tired and some of them were even having a good night's sleep at the moment, while the princess was just happy that none of them had died. And they were surviving till then. It was all thanks to Nox. Her face was telling a completely different story at the moment, and she, with the little one, turned towards Nox and apologized for whatever her subordinate had spoken because she was having hard feelings against the family's due. Protagonist was not able to understand why the princess was taking care of such things when the things were concerned to him, so he just asked her to not worry, and shall not thank a good-for-nothing student like him because it was not his nice position to be into it. Lead Princess had a different kind of perspective on this thing because she believed that she would even join hands with the demon in case it would be required to save someone's life, because it was her duty to set without any hesitation into the position she was currently in. It was a strong line, so he called it up front in front of the princess, and the princess decided to call it off, stating that it was just a joke. He was already aware of her by her full name and her nickname to be the Prince of Kindness, and going forward to the story it was even known that the lady was going to give up on her own life. Due to the beliefs she believed in, or in simple words, it could be said that her nickname of Princess of Kindness would easily be turned into Cold-Blooded Princess due to her character and turn of events into the future. Then, out of nowhere, he took some clothes from his storage and asked everyone to take a part of it where they were going to be split into teams of 4. To have a decent night that day. Everyone was confused by his knowledge and the storage of things he was keeping in the dimensional one, and some of them had even started casting proclamations of things that could turn with his family. Those dreamers were very harsh even to the ears of Nox, who was residing into the body of a different individual. Soon the tent was set and everyone was looking tired from the task, and out of nowhere Nox asked them to be careful, and somehow Talia heard it. However, he refused to answer any questions further, and later on he divided the duties of late-night rotation for guarding the tents, and he had something planned on his head too. Protagonist was aware that things were going to turn dirty from there on, and their first requirement was to terminate the caster, as it would make things much worse in later on scenarios. Since everybody was tired from the tedious tasks they had done throughout the day, many of them were yawning and some of them had already decided to sleep around the bonfire. Protagonist, on the other hand, had already taken out his sword because he was well aware that he himself had to take his first step in order to complete the story and shall kill the image inside the barrier. Later into the night, one of the students woke up out of nowhere, and then after noticing something he asked everyone to do so. His screams were heard by everyone and they woke up from their midnight sleep. Princess was among them, and when she inquired about the reason behind the same, the man revealed that a huge number of creatures having strong venom were already surrounding them from all locations, that was even felt by ordinary students now, as it was too close at the moment, so Echidna decided to come up front to protect the princess with her guard on. Para was able to feel the same because there were strong monsters in front, even stronger than the one they had taken down. No one was able to understand what their next move should be because Nox was not there to command, and so Liam decided to take his grimoire out to tell that the command was transferred to his hands because the leader had gone on to a different task. Echidna did not like this kind of behavior from Marx because she was more concerned about the princess, so she was even calling him a runner while Liam was protecting him by clarifying the situation on further questions. He did not answer her but just informed that the monsters which were surrounding them were much more dangerous and they should be pretty much concerned about them beforehand. Those monsters included the flying dragons as well as wolves. Eleanor came in front to support Echidna on her saying. However, Liam was not even a bit concerned about it, as he immediately casted his black magic to call onto the Anunda to take care of those monsters. None of them were able to expect such an immense amount of mana coming out of a mere student like him, while Liam was also confused if Nox had done such a thing before leaving the place. Nox called upon Leon and handed him over a black magic jewel, giving him some responsibility to take care of the students, and still was not able to understand what the reason behind him was taking such a step. Leon took the command, and then, on the name of his family, he was about to declare the judgment to the monsters, and as soon as those monsters tried to attack him into his range, their body was being sliced by undead knights mercilessly, and they were not able to harm anyone. He was the sole warrior standing against all those monsters to protect the princess as well as other students' lives.